In line with international universities, UB, supported by the existence of professors and lecturers as lecturers and supported by staff. Getting involved in social life on campus will lead to well-rounded university experience. Social involvement will also help to enhance existing skills while also developing some hidden ones, such as leadership, interpersonal relations, communications, public speaking, and time management. Brawijaya University is also focused on developing achievement and has achieved some national to international achievements, including
Academic achievements. Non-academic achievements. Universitas Brawijaya Achievement.
the supporting facilities for study. They are the campus facilities. They are in the era of the COVID-19 pandemic, UB uses information systems to support online lecturers, including
Academic Information System. Registration and selection for Student Information System. New Student Admission Information System online. One Gate Service System. Gapura UB. Students Academic Information System. Research and Community Service Information System. Decision Support System. Bandwidth Internet Capacity.
in order to guarantee the quality of all units in Universitas Brawijaya has reached some accreditations, such as superior accreditations above A, accreditations from National Accreditations Body for Universities. Appreciation is given to UB Library, which has been accredited by National Library with rank A in 2016, and international accreditations by Associations of Chartered Certified Accountants ACCA for Accounting Study Program, Faculty of Economy and Business, and international accreditations by the Institute of Food Technologies for Agriculture Product Technology Study Program, Faculty Agriculture Technology. and international accreditations of Indonesia's Accreditations Board for Engineering Education's IABEE.
The Alliance on Business Education and Scholarship for Tomorrow, a 21st century organization.
Universitas Brawijaya is an associate member of AUNKUA network under Asian University Network since 2014 as a form of international acknowledgement.
To support Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka or MBKM program by the Ministry of Education of Indonesia, Universitas Brawijaya take part to participate to create students who excel in various sciences and ready for professional industry. Universitas Brawijaya was actively directly involved in the management of the Semeru disaster area for learning and improving sense of humanity.
Universitas Brawijaya as an inclusive excellence campus based on international education continues to improve the quality of services. Universitas Brawijaya as a leading university with our international standards through the process of education, research, and service to the community are going to increase the achievements and to improve the innovations. With pride and confidence, Universitas Brawijaya will continue to improve its quality both at the national and international levels. Building up the noble future.
Join us at Lincoln and get ready to meet the demand for qualified professionals. Lincoln offers world-class facilities for research and learning. Lecturers who know you by name, dedicated wellbeing and support staff, and practical learning experiences to connect you with the industry before you even complete your degree.
I chose to study at Lincoln University because it had the additional major of parks and outdoor recreation and other environmental degrees that I'm interested in.
What I enjoy about Lincoln is small campus size and approachable lecturers.
I chose Lincoln for its sports scholarships, and it also offers food science, which I'm really interested in.
I've enjoyed studying at Lincoln because, one, it's highly academic and great course, and secondly, the social aspect of the Lincoln University is incredible.
Lincoln is special because the students get a hands-on experience at the same time as learning the theory for their discipline. I feel this really sets them up well for a career in whatever industry they choose.
Students should come to Lincoln if they really want their degree to mean something. If they want to do a science degree and they want to align that degree with New Zealand's biggest, most important industry.
One of the other things you learn well at Lincoln is how to engage and understand multiple perspectives, and we work often in small classes so that you're able to debate and learn from one another.
At Lincoln, you're not just another number. We get to know your name and to know who you are.
If we think about what future careers could be and what shortages we may have in the future, I think one of them will be proposing solutions to add value to the current food production. There will be more and more opportunities for science graduates, even outside the traditional scientific jobs.
Horticulture is a vital part of New Zealand's future. There's a number of areas that students could go into: vegetable and fruit production, nursery production, and so forth. And the future is bright.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Officer.
Hello.
Yeah. We'll still wait for Dr. Kemana sih? Okay. Okay, please wait for a while. We are still waiting for Dr. Dilrahut, our keynote speaker, and then we will start.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. We'll wait.
Yeah. Dr. Dil Rahut, are you here?
He's coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can we start now, Dr. Wang Lima?
Wait a moment, and firstly, we will have the photo session.
Okay.
Yeah, before our moderator introduce our session chair, Wahida.
All right.
Yeah, and the keynote speech starts at 12:35. Oh, Dio is coming now. Yeah. Okay, so we can have a photo together first before our moderator, Professor Victor, also introduces the session chair, Dr. Wahida. Okay, so.
Okay.
So you're online now.
Okay, so can we have the photo session?
Yes, and could you please all open your camera? So Novi, can you please help for the photo? Yeah, Dio is here now.
Check. For taking a photos, I'm going to count. 1.
I think somebody has to give a sign that we're going to start the photo session, I guess. Why the local committee can lead that process, please?
Smile.
Yeah, is the photo session completed?
Okay, it is complete now.
Okay,
You can
thank you very much.
Professor Owusu.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to welcome everybody, every participant, who is joining us for today's meeting. I will introduce the chairman for today, Wahida, who is a policy analyst at the Indonesian Center for Agriculture, Socioeconomics and Policy Studies with the Ministry of Agriculture. So he will be chairing the meeting, and we hope that today we are going to have a very insightful presentation. So without wasting much time, I'll call Wahida, to take over. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Owusu. Welcome from Bogor. So, Excellencies, let me start this process then. Excellencies, distinguished presenters, discussants, participants, depending when you are joining us from, good afternoon from Bogor, Indonesia. Welcome to the virtual international conference organized by British Food Journal on the special issues on promoting sustainable food production, challenges, practices, impacts, and solution. My name is Wahida. I'm the policy analyst at the Indonesian Center for Agriculture, Socioeconomic and Policy Studies, Minister of Agriculture. It is my honor to chair the session. Before we start, allow me to read the agenda for today. So very soon we will listen to the keynote speech from Dr. Dir Rahud for 25 minutes. That was stated on my schedules. Then follows by a Q&A for 10 minutes. After the keynote speech, we're gonna invite 3 papers that will be presented, followed by comments from discussion and short Q&A from the floor. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Dir Rahud, the Vice Chair of Asian Development Bank Institute, to deliver his keynote speech. Before we start, allow me to read his short bios. Prior to his current position, Dr. Rahud was a Senior Global Program Manager for the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center. He also joined the Royal Monetary Authority of Bhutan Research and Statistics Department. Some of his significant positions include research fellows at the World Feed Center and the Indian Council for Research, as well as he has experience work as bankers in Bhutan and lecturer at South Asian University, New Delhi, India. Dr. Rahud has PhD in Development Economics from University of Bonn, Master degree in Economics from Tsukuba University, MBA and undergrad in Science from India. He also has published extensively on developing microeconomic issues. Without further ado, Dr. Rahud, the screen is yours. So you have 25 minutes, Dr. Rahud. You're still on mute, okay. Now,
thank you so much, Dr. Waida, for your kind introductions to this conference. I would also like to thank the organizer, Dr. Wang Lingma, my friend, and other guest editor who has taken this great initiative to have a special issue on sustainable production system together with British Food Journal. I think this is a great endeavor that young researchers have taken on board. And I would like to also, from my heart, I would like to encourage that we should push this endeavor forward so that we can give opportunity for young researchers from Global South to really contribute to research on sustainable food system. With this, I'd like to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it clearly, Dr. Rahud. Please
yes.
Continue.
So my presentation is basically on food and nutritional securities in the coming decades, a global scenario. The reason why I wanted to share this this presentation is because food and nutritional security is going to be a very challenging issues in coming years and coming decades in the light of the climate change, the environmental degradations that we have. So that's the reason why I selected this topic to present to the participant here. So if you look at sustainable development goals, we can see that zero hunger is at the center of all the sustainable development goal. We have made very significant progress in terms of reducing poverty. If you look at the percentage of people below poverty line has declined significantly. And even in terms of reducing hunger, I think we have made a very significant progress as a humanity. We have achieved good health in the sense that if you look at even in the COVID scenario, we could develop vaccines and really fight against it in a very short time. The gender inequality in all terms of sustainable development goal, we have achieved a great progress. So the reason why I wanted to tell you is that, yes, we have made it, we have done a great job. So now I would like to just give you a brief background about what food security means. Food security is an access, is like when all people at all time have physical, social, and economic access to food which is safe and consumed in sufficient quantity and quality to meet the dietary need and food preferences, and is supported by environment of adequate sanitation, health services, and care, allowing for a healthy and active life. So the reason why I wanted to share this definition is that many times we are mistaken. We think that food security is just about feeling belly, but it's not that. It also needs to have nutritional component. It also needs to have safety issue. It also needs to be accessible all time. So these are like some of the terms that we really need to take into account when you talk about food security. And in terms of production systems, if you look at, we have made a very significant progress in terms of productions. In terms of cereals productions, you can see that globally from 648 million hectares, the area under cultivation has increased to 876. That's about 110 million hectares. But if 648 to 724 is less than 100. But then the production has increased significantly from 876 to 2,970, almost triple the productions. And most of the increase in productions of cereals has come from Asia. In Asia, we have increased the production from 329 million tons to 1,432 million tons. That's a significant increase. And within 2019, if you look at it, like almost 50% of the cereal productions comes from Asia. And we also see the similar kind of situation on oil crops. Oil crops also globally, we have increased from 132 million tons to 1,101 million. That's significant improvement. And almost 50% of this production is from Asia. And in terms of pulses also, like we can see that globally from 40 to 88, that's almost double in about 50, 60 years time. But then like increase has come from Asia. And roots and tubers, although roots and tubers are not the staple crop of Asia, but here also you can see that Asia actually contributes to almost 50% of the roots and tubers productions. And roots and tuber production between 1961 to 2019 has almost like it's more than double. And in the case of fruit productions, also we can see that in Asia, it has increased from 57 to 512. It's almost 10-fold increase. And it's mostly like from 838 million tons, like 512 is coming from Asia. Even in terms of vegetables, like we have increased in Asia has increased from 97 million tons to 879, and it's almost like 80% of the total vegetable productions comes from Asia. Similar situations you can see in sugar. We have also increased significantly, and little less than like 50%, let's say about 40% comes from Asia. So these few slides that I presented points out that we have made a significant improvement in terms of productions of foods and fruits and vegetables. And most of this increase has come from increase in Asia. That's one thing. And second most important thing that we can see is that this increase in productions has not come because of the increase in the land. You can see the increase in the land is minimal, but it has come from the sustainable productions. It's intensification. So, the title of our paper that says. So that's like, the driver has been basically, improve seeds, improve management practices, use of fertilizers. So that has led to this tremendous increase in the productions of foods and vegetables. So like we have made this significant progress, yes. In last like 60 years, we have seen that we have really had marvelous achievement. However, we are still not yet out of the wood. If you look at this chart, shows the prevalence of moderate and severe food insecurity across globe between 2015 to 2018. Even today, if you look at it, you see globally in sub-Saharan Africa, almost the prevalence of moderate to severe food security is almost 59%. That's very high. And South Asia, almost 34.3% suffer from moderate to severe food insecurity. And globally, there has been marginal increase in food insecurity and almost like 25.8. That's almost like 2 billion people suffer from 1.9 to 2 billion people suffer from moderate to severe food security. So I would like to emphasize that yes, we have made a significant progress, but then we are not yet out of the woods. We still have problems. We really need to fight these problems. And this is prevalence of undernourishment, percentage of populations. You can see Sub-Saharan Africa has like 17.5% undernourishment, and MENA region also has got 14.6, and globally it has declined. It's currently is about 8.9%, which is about 600 to 700 million people suffer from undernourishment. So that's quite huge. You know, we have made a progress, but we still have lots to do. And this is stunting of percentage of children under 5. You can see the trend that we have you know, decreasing trend, but then if you look at South Asia, it's the highest prevalence of stunting, followed by Sub-Saharan Africa. Globally, there has been a declining trend, but even in terms of declining trend, we still have 21% of children under 5 who are stunted, and in Asia it's about 33%. So that's quite high. So in terms of stunting, also we have not attend you know, what we should attend, though there is a declining trend. And now, if you look at you see, when we talk about diet, it's also should be a healthy diet. And let's look at like what kind of dietary pattern we have across the globe. If you look at Asia, almost 1,449 calories of energy intake comes from cereals. You see, like even today, although there has been decrease, it has decreased from 1,484 to 1,419, but still a significant portion of energy intakes is from cereals. So we can see that similar kind of situations across the globe. If you look at oceanic countries, the share of cereals is less, but we also, like the tubers is contributing, is mostly carbohydrates. So if you look at the proteins that contributes to the calorie intake, it's oceanic country that has little high, others are low. Africa has less than 100, almost 80 to 90. Yeah, like US has around like 390 to 334. Asia is quite low. So dietary intake also shows that there's like, if there is a change in dietary patterns, it becomes challenging to meet those demands. So we have these great productions, very significant improvement. Against this background, we have had the challenges still, like, lingering stunting, stunting, undernourishment, and hungers, moderate to severe hungers. But then now moving forward, we are facing big challenge to ensure food security. So the challenge is being posed by rising global populations, the climate change, gender poverty, conflict and inequality, food waste, food safety, and global shock. So these are some of the challenges that's going to pose to ensure food and nutritional security to the increasing population. So if you look at this population trend, Asia is highest. The growth of population has been very significant for Asia, followed by like other countries is quite less. But then what I want to tell you is that moving forward, the population growth in Asia may be stagnant, but Africa will rise. So how do we feed those rising population? That's a challenge that we are facing. And then the other challenges that we see is the climate change. As you know, that climate change is posing severe threats and to particularly to the agriculture system. Global food system is highly dependent on agriculture, which is both vulnerable to climate shocks and a major contributor to the climate change. If you look at the agriculture sector, it contributes to almost like quarter of greenhouse gas emissions. So it's a predator, but at the same time is the most vulnerable sector because it depends on the weather condition. Anything happening on the weather conditions can really deplete the production system. Affluent sector is responsible for quarter of GDP, and innovations and strategies to cope with climate change and mitigate climate change by reducing GHG emissions should be an integral part. So we need to have two things in place. One is the adaptation strategies, because the agriculture sector is very vulnerable. The second one is that agriculture sector should also contribute to net zero carbon emissions by reducing GHG emissions. And there are several options that's available for adaptations as well as mitigations. And this is the figure that I wanted to show. Like, energy is the most highly contributed sector, but agriculture comes second to energy sector. So we also need to contribute to net zero carbon emissions. However, we need to contribute to net zero carbon emissions without destabilizing the production system. If we go aggressively to net zero carbon emissions in the agriculture sector, it may destabilize production system. It may destabilize the income and livelihoods of the rural community. So we have to move on this path with lots of cautious, and we have to use the technology which has been tested and proven to produce high marginal returns and which has significant impact on GHG emissions, but very minimal adverse impact on the production system. Now, land degradations. So now we have the climate change, and we also have the land degradations. Globally, about 25% of the land has been degraded. That's something that's something that we should take into account. When land is degraded, soil carbon and nitrous oxide is released to the atmosphere, making degraded land one of the most important contribute to the GHG emissions. So land degradations contributes to GHG emissions. And it said that 25 billion tons of fertile soil was being lost every year, largely due to unsustainable agriculture practice. That's where the sustainable production system comes into play. If we continue to degrade our land at the current rate, 95% of earth land areas could become degraded by 2050. So the challenge is humongous. We need to go for sustainable agriculture practice, thereby reducing land degradations, and so that we can continue to produce food enough to feed the increasing population. Now the fourth one is water stress. Water stress is very, very crucial. As you know, 72% of all water withdrawals are used by agriculture, 16% by municipality for household and services, 12% by industries, and almost 2.3 billion people live in water stress countries, of which 733 million people live in high and critical water stress, and 3.2 billion people live in agriculture areas with high to very high water stress. So if you look at this figure, you can see that that water stress is increasing, partly due to climate change, and secondly is we feel that water is abundant resources. And we tend to deplete all our water resources without thinking that it's a scarce resources and it needs to be managed carefully. So under water stress, we have to feed the growing population. So this is another challenge that we have. The other challenge is, although if you look at percentage of people below poverty line for $1.99, we have decreased from 42% to 9.3 in last 3-4 decades. But percentage of people below 5.5 has declined from 66 to 43. So poverty is also one reason which affects the affordability to food, nutritious food. Second thing is the conflict. We have already seen how Ukraine conflict has devastated the global supply of food and has led to a spike in the prices. So therefore, the challenges to ensure food security in the times of conflict is very, very crucial. For example, if you look at Singapore is dependent on imports. But what they've done is that they have diversified their imports. They import almost from 170 countries. The reason is that if anything happens in any countries, they continue to meet their supply, the demand for food. The other one is inequality. That's also going to be a major problem in terms of ensuring food security. The other challenge is food waste. Almost 1.3 billion tons of foods are wasted globally because of inefficiencies in agriculture practice, post-harvest handling, processing, distribution, and food preparations. The post-harvest losses of food is common due to lack of proper storage facility. That's why, several institutions has gone for the storage project, and food loss is another big problem. Food loss at the storage is about 50 to 60%, which can be reduced to as low as 1 to 2%. And the other thing that I would like to mention is that China is emerging countries as in terms of food loss. It's the number one country in terms of food wastage, followed by India. So we really need to see how we can reduce food loss, because by reducing food loss, we can reduce our productions, thereby reducing GHG emissions. We can stabilize the supply system. The food safety is also another major problem. Unsafe contaminations containing harmful bacteria, virus, or chemical substance can cause more than 200 different diseases, ranging from diarrhea to cancers. So around 600 million, almost 1 in 10 people fall ill after eating contaminated food every year, resulting into 420,000 deaths and loss of 33 million healthy lives. So food safety is also a very important issue that we need to handle for ensuring food security. The global shock, as you know, we have seen from COVID how it has affected the food security and food supply. And this chart shows the poverty situations because of COVID. Like we were actually, although we are not in line to meeting our SDGs goals, but we were, even if we had not met, we would have been very close to it. But because of COVID, you can see that by 2030 the poverty would increase, which means that food security also would increase. That number of people facing hungers was 650. It increased to 811 due to COVID, and now by 2030 we'll still continue to have 660, which is more than what we have in 2019. That's the estimate that we have. And people lacking access to adequate food also has increased. Number of severely food insecure people has increased. Prevalence of undernourishment has increased as a result of COVID. And it's going to it's going to be posing challenge for us to achieve our SDGs in terms of ensuring food security and other allied sustainable development goal. So having said this, I'd like to present these 2 slides to conclude my presentations. So I'd like to re-emphasize that despite international effort to reduce hunger and sustainably achieve food security, there are several challenges to actually achieving food security today and in coming decades. Increasing food demand due to growing populations and stagnant or slow growth of productions is imposing massive challenge in ensuring food security. These challenges will be exacerbated by food loss, food waste at various stages, and lack of proper distribution mechanism. COVID pandemic has also highlighted the lack of capacity and preparedness among public sector institutions to ensure food supply. And the climate is another problem. The environmental, the land degradations, water stress are other problems. Therefore, we need to have a global, coordinated global effort is needed to ensure food and nutritional security now and in future. Managing populations growth through government fertility policy would reduce demand for food in some regions. Food production systems should also align with changing demands for food due to urbanization and evolving consumption patterns. Investment in development and scaling of agriculture technology can increase the sustainable productions of food to meet the growing demand. Behavioral shift towards responsible consumptions and production is essential to reduce food loss, food waste, and also to achieve sustainable food system. Policy to improve food and nutritional security should be holistic, ranging from increasing yield, producing nutritional enriched food, reducing food waste, food loss, improving public distribution system, and enhancing adaptations capacity of the resilience and adaptation capacity of the small holder farmer. So there should be a very holistic approach to ensuring food security. In failing to implement those plans and policy would be very detrimental, and it would affect the food and nutritional security of the entire globe. Thank you very much for listening in. I hope I didn't run over time.
Just in time, Dr. Rahut. We just left 50 seconds actually. That's perfect.
Thank you.
No worries. So can we just start? I think thank you very much for a very excellent presentation, Dr. Rahut. And I think, the issue of the global food insecurity really into our attention at the moment, in particular, since the, geopolitical tension between the Ukraine and Russia. And I just, give you a little update on this, on the leader declaration because we just finished, Indonesia just finished the G20 presidency. So we highlight those that you have mentioned, which is great. And then I'm totally agree with you. We need a coordination, a big effort together, hand in hand, all the countries to really, work on these threats with the global food insecurity, because we never know when the war will be finished. But I think some country already experienced with the global food insecurity. I already have several questions here on my chat room, Dr. Rahut. And also, I think one participant is already, giving a raised hand. Let me allow to Ibu Dwi Ratna. Why don't we just start with the raised hand first? Ibu Dwi Hidayati, if you can just highlight the question to Dr. Rahut very quick. So then I still have time to read another question coming from the chat box. Dr. Ibu Dwi Ratna, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, thank you for having a really excellent presentations. So actually, I'm a PhD student at Massey University, and my study is about sustainable agri-food value chain transformations for developing countries. And I think this is a great moment. So probably I would like to ask your comment about it. What I found is many ASEAN countries like Indonesia and also probably we are the same with other countries like Thailand, Vietnam, whatever it is. Mostly we go for the value chain transformations into the global value market. But based on what I found, that sometimes it can widen, the gap of, in terms of governance and value additions. I mean, there is a possibility of more inequality happen if we go to the global value market, if we ignore what we call value additions. Because sometimes if you see the data we focus on productions, and also we focus on the trading with raw material. But after that, who got the value addition is more like the global player. Let's say, for example, probably the example is like from the cocoa. Swiss has never been producing cocoa. Somehow it's the very best at trading in their chocolate. I mean that sometimes we lost our traceability, we lost our capacity, and sometimes those products coming back to our Asian country in other form, and we buy more higher. So I think Asian has a serious issue with this matter. We have the same trend in terms of we are selling to somebody else, and they put in more industry, and then coming back to us as given product. I mean that I would like to know your idea about this. And second thing, I found it is a bit contradictory. If we would like to increase productions, and after that, if we are talking about developing countries, in most of ASEAN are developing countries, fertilizers is going to be one of the big issue. whether they will put more fertilizer if they would like to increase productions. I mean that seriously, organic is still in the penetration pace, in which, yeah, I mean that it's a bit, we want to improve productions, but somehow it's become unsustainable in the future. So I think it's going to be a big homework. I want to know your idea about this. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please, Dr. Rahul, it's yours.
Thank you, Ratna. I think, you have posed a very valuable question. But I would also like to, before I answer your question, I'd like to congratulate Indonesia T20, like, where you have really emphasized the food security issue so strongly. I think never in the past, like, the food security had got so much of attention. So that's a big thing, and I really congratulate, and I hope it will continue.
Thank you. Thank you.
And also, like, we have T20 and T7, T20 India and T7 Japan. And we'd like to invite all of you to contribute to T7 Japan. I'll be sending you the link through Wangling. Maybe it would be very nice if you can contribute. We are using this T7 like ADBI lead to make the global South voices in the global North. That's the whole agenda. So I would like to really encourage you to contribute to that.
Thank you. Do you know that?
Said that,
I'm currently being a tutor for the food short course value chain at Mass University for ASEAN short course value chain at Mass as well. So that's why I feel like, oh, this is really interesting.
Yeah, no, I would be very happy. With regard to your question on value chain, you are very right. Like, somehow we really need to, I think Indonesia has emphasized a lot in terms of doing value additions within the country, rather than, like, exporting raw materials and then getting value addition somewhere and bringing back. We have seen this not only in the case of Indonesia, but in several countries, particularly lower income developed country. They tend to export raw material, unprocessed agricultural products, and then import it. I was in Bangkok recently and on a mission, and where I saw that like the poultry the poultry industries, I was thinking that poultry farmers are small farmers, but when I met those farmers, it's astonishingly big farmers, and they have this contract farming system where the farmers are engaged only in the lower end of the value chains. That's the productions, that's the most primitive and the traditional end of the value chain. And whereas these global export players, mostly multinationals, are involved in terms of processing, marketings, and all that thing, which is the most lucrative end. So somehow we really need to use what you call the training, educations, and all that thing, so that that our farmers or national player can actively participate in the entire value chain system. So I totally agree, and that should be the way forward. That's something that I agree with you. And the second thing that you are talking about is that on one hand we have to increase the productions, and on the other hand we have the fertilizers use, which is contributing very greatly to GHG emissions, because nitrous oxide is more intensely contributing in terms of intensities. I think 3,000, almost close to 3,000 times. And without using, like if you look at Sri Lanka, they went for organic farming. That was also, like people tell, that was also the reason why the whole economy dwindled down. So somehow I think a reasonable and justifiable use of fertilizer, that's important. And also I think management of fertilizer use, the timing of the use of fertilizers, all those things can help us to reduce the emissions. So that's where I think we need training to smallholder farmers on fertilizer applications, at what time to apply fertilizer, so that the nitrous oxide emission is minimal. So that's, I think we need very strong extension services.
All right, thank you very much, Ibu Ratna, for the question. And Dr. Rahul, we still have more. I think I'm just gonna use the last 5 minutes to raise question coming from the chat box, Dr. Rahul. So there's a question coming from Dr. Risti Permani, colleagues from University of Queensland. The question is, what's your take on COP27 FAST, Food and Agriculture for Sustainable Transformation initiative? Will it be effective to drive climate action and climate finance, especially in agriculture? That's the question coming from Risti.
Well, you see, one thing is that I think it is a positive move. Initially, Global North were very reluctant to support. But at the end of the day, I think we pushed them to yield to the demand of the Global South. That's a very positive step, and I'm sure it will help. And we need to not only like COP 27, but also we need to push multilateral organizations like Asian Development Bank, where I come from, the World Bank to invest more on adaptations and mitigation, particularly in the developing member countries. So that should be taken very significantly, and we cannot take it lightly anymore. We really need, because like agriculture is very vulnerable, and and to be honest, like global North has been the major contributor until now. The accumulations of the GHG emission has come from them, and they really need to put in the resources to support the Global South.
Okay, another question, Dr. Rahul. Actually, this is the Adelaide connection. My friend Heri Toiba from Brawijaya University, which is the organizer of this, also has the question. The question from him is, do you think that the reluctance of young people to work in agriculture sector in developing countries will greatly affect food and nutrition security in the future? If yes, what is your suggestion to solve this problem?
This is a big question that I have been asking many people, because I have been always like talking to my friends and people in the bank. How is it that we can make agriculture an occupations of choice? If you look at agriculture, it's a default zone. If nothing is there, then you are a farmer, right? So somehow we really need to make agriculture attractive so that we have young people joining agriculture. If you look at any countries, whether you look at Japan, whether you look at Nepal, India, Bhutan, the average age of the farmers has been increasing. So that's a trend that youth is not attractive to the youth anymore. But I have changed my mind slightly after visiting Thailand. I've visited several poultry farms, and they were so well organized. Just to give you an example, and everything is AI based. All these farmers are using AI for feeding, maintaining everything. And some of the farmers, we went to their house and they showed us the phone, and they were managing everything from their mobile phone. And we told them that we wanted to visit their farm, and they said they have a very strong biosafety regulations, and I have to be quarantined for about a week, and then I have to be like sprayed with lots of medicine, and then only I can go. So I feel that that there is room to make agriculture a very attractive profession and a profession of choice. We have now a very high, high value crops. I have met many friends in India. They have left their multinational company job to buy a few hectares of land and go for high value farming. So there is possibility to make agriculture very attractive, and we should try to strive for it.
So I'm totally agree with you. Digital agriculture is kind of like a solution to attract the young generation. Unfortunately, Dr. Rahul, our time is up. We are more than happy to have more time to talk. However, our barriers is the time. Again, thank you very much for the very nice presentation. I believe we have learned a lot for this talk. I would like to kind everyone, although we are online, to have a big round of applause to our keynote speaker, Dr. Dil Rahut. Thank you very much for your time, Dr. Dil Rahut.
Thank you very much, Zuaida, and thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot, and I really appreciate the time that you have given to me, and I hope to interact more with all of you. And you please keep an eye on ADBI Institute, call for papers, and we welcome you to collaborate with ADBI, and we will be sending you T7 call for policy brief.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rahul. Meanwhile, there is still some question on the chat box. Do you mind we deliver to you by email? Then you can.
That would be really nice.
Lovely. Would you mind? Okay, so I think the organizing committee will handle this one. Thank you very much again for your time. Have a good day, Dr. Rahul.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we just finished our first session. Time is running very quick. So distinguished presenters, discussion participants, let's continue to the next session. I would like to invite our first presenter, Dr. Hongyun Zhang, Associate Professor in Applied Economics, College of Economics and Management, Guangzhou Agricultural University, China. Hope I'm spelling your name correctly, Dr. Zhang. You will present your presentation for 15 minutes. And after that, we're gonna invite my best friend, Dr. Risti Permani, to give her, as a discussion, to give her comments in 7 minutes. The title of Dr. Zhang's presentation is Promoting Sustainable Agriculture, Sustainable Agri-Food Production in Changing Climate, Adaptation, Return, and Food Security Implication. Before we start, allow me the short bios of Dr. Hongyun Zhang. Hongyun is currently the Associate Professor at the College of Economics and Management, Guangzhou Agricultural University, China. He obtained his PhD degree in Agriculture Economics through the joint educational program between Guangzhou Agricultural University in China with Lincoln University in New Zealand. He works in the field of agriculture economics and development economics with a focus on topics such as agricultural productivity and efficiency, information technology adoption, rural welfare, and farmer subjective well-being. He also has published papers on A-star journal like Food Policy and also in Australian Journal of Agriculture and Resource Economics and the other journal. Dr. Zhang, please be mindful for your time. You have 15 minutes for the presentation. I'm so sorry that I will give you a reminder when the time is reached to 5 minutes to 3 minutes left. Without further ado, Dr. Zhang, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Wahida. Thanks for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hongyun Zhang, come from Huazhong Agricultural University, and today I'm happy to share our recent work with the title of Promoting Sustainable Agri-Food Production in Changing Climate, Adaptation, Returns, and Food Security Implications. And this paper is co-authored with Professor Wang Linma from Lincoln University and Professor Xiaoshi Zhou from Peking University. And here is the structure of this presentation. Well, first I will introduce the introduction. The agri-food systems comprises food production, processing, packaging, storage, transportation, retail, consumption, loss, and waste, as reported by the IPCC. Well, in this study, we focus on the agri-food production. Achieving producing agri-food sustainably is a origin and prerequisite of the whole agri-food system, as we just discussed. It has lots of procedures, but sustainable agri-food production is its origin. However, in recent years, the occurrence of climate change events, just discussed by Dr. Rahat, such as droughts, floods, heat, has challenging the sustainable agri-food production. Well, in a study conducted by Chen and Gong, they showed that the extreme heat would reduce China's agricultural total factor productivity and input utilization, which finally results in a more negative effect on yield. Addressing these challenges of climate change is important for the sustainable agri-food production. So that's why we focus on this study. And in practice, well, for the smallholder farmers, they are using different climate-resilient technologies. These include, for example, the minimum tillage or planting improved varieties, diversifying seeds and crops, as well as applying organic fertilizer and farmyard manure. All of these climate change adaptations are aimed to achieve or even synthesize 3 objectives, as discussed by the FAO. First is increasing agricultural productivity and incomes. Second, adapting and building resilience to climate change. And third is reducing greenhouse gas emissions, the GHG emissions. As for the literature, well, previous studies have investigated the positive influences of climate change adaptation on crop yield and farm income. Well, yield and income are two important indicators of farm performance. However, investment in climate change adaptations are usually associated with additional capital and labor inputs, which would influence household labor division and their returns to labor. So in this study, we try to answer a question that whether adaptation to climate change can contribute to returns to labor in agri-food production. So the objective of our study is to examine farmers' climate change adaptation and its impact on agri-food production. And we try to make three contributions to the existing literature. First, we consider two indicators from the perspectives of factor returns, including returns to land and labor, which is defined as land productivity and labor productivity. And second, in terms of the generality issue associated with farmers' adaptation decisions, we employ the propensity score matching method to deal with the self-selection bias. And third, we first examine the effects on net returns. This is because net returns would migrate the effects of the increasing cost. So net returns is also a good indicator of farm performance. The second part is literature review.
Then we have 5 minutes left, okay?
Okay, I will kick.
I think you have to go a bit quick, you know, we still have 26 pages here. Please.
Okay, thank you. Well, previous studies have discussed the impact of climate change from different directions. Well, the most important is the third direction, which we have just discussed, the yield and income effects. Well, why we need to focus on the labor productivity? Because productivity increase for a sustainable agri-food system should be considered in more dimensions, including labor productivity. If it could increase agricultural labor productivity, it would help farmers to obtain a higher returns from agricultural production, which will help them to stay in the agricultural sector instead of migrate for off-farm work. And third is empirical strategy. Well, in this study, we employ the propensity score matching approach, which is commonly used in the literature. The first step is estimating the propensity score, and the second step is estimating the average treatment effects on the treated, the ETTs. And we utilize two matching techniques. First is nearest neighbor matching, and second is kernel-based matching. The fourth part is data source and descriptive statistics. Well, the data used in this study were collected from January to February 2022 in rural China, and we obtained 415 households in total for the analysis. Well, as shown in the table 1, the variable definition and summary statistics, we can see that around 50% of farmers have adopted climate change adaptations. And the climate change adaptation in this study was defined as improved varieties and soil and water conservation practices, because these two practices are most popular among sample farmers. And table 2 shows the mean difference due to the time limitation. I do not interpret this in detail. Let's look at the empirical results. First, we can see that farmers' decisions on climate change adaptation is affected by a series of factors, including age, education, the life satisfaction of household heads, as well as family size, access to extension and transportation status. So this helps us generate the propensity score. And Table 4 and Figure 1 help us justify the matching quality. Well, we can see that after matching, both KBM and NAM shows good matching quality, and Figure 1 also suggests good common support. So this indicates that the PSM is suitable for this study. And then we look at the ATTs. Well, Table 5 shows that climate adaptation would help farmers to obtain both returns to land and labor. It significantly increases land productivity as well as labor productivity. For example, the ATTs estimated by the NAM is both statistically significant. So these results would help us justify that farmers' adaptation to climate change will help them to obtain a higher returns to land and labor. Well, as we just discussed, we also estimate the impact on the net returns. Well, the results also suggest that climate change adaptation would help farmers to obtain a higher net returns. This is a valuable finding because the net returns is defined as the differences between gross revenue and total cost. So it would consider or take the effects of the increase in cost into account. So it means climate change adaptation would help farmers to obtain higher returns from agricultural production. And then conclusion and policy implication. Well, the first stage of the PSM estimation showed that farmers' adaptation decisions are associated with a series of variables, as we just discussed. For example, the age, education, and transportation conditions. Well, the most important is the finding related to the productivity increasing effects of adapting to climate change. Well, we find that the treatment effects of climate change adaptation are to increase land productivity by around 40% and labor productivity by around 55%. And finally, we find that climate change adaptation increases net returns. Well, based on these findings, we have done policy implications, as we find that climate change adaptation would help farmers obtain a higher economic performance. So we should encourage them to adopt more climate change adaptations. As we find that those younger and lower educated farmers are less likely to adopt these adaptations, we have to improve their perception or awareness of the negative influence of climate change. For example, we can make short videos and promoting them using mobile phone applications, such as the TikTok, to improve the understanding and awareness for these less educated people. That's all for today's presentation, and all your comments and suggestions are welcome. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hong Yun Zhe, actually, sorry for, misspelling your name. Okay, it's just in time, so we still have time. Now I would like to invite Dr. Risti Permani as discussion from Dr. Zeng's paper. But before we start, Risti is my best friend. We used to hang out together with Xiaobo and also Heri Toiba in Adelaide University back to the old days. So before we start, allow me to read Dr. Risti Permani's short bios. Dr. Risti Permani currently is a senior lecturer in agribusiness at the School of Agriculture and Food Sciences at the University of Queensland, Australia. Dr. Permani has undertaken extensive research in Australia and Asia, including on Indonesian and Australian agriculture, covering topics such as livestock policy, Australian Indonesian beef supply chain, dairy innovation, seaweed policy, and just recently agri-food e-commerce. As well as she also has been a principal investigator in multiple international development projects. Prior to her current role, Risti was a senior lecturer at the Department of Economics at Deakin University in Australia as well, an assistant director at the Asian Integration Monitoring Directorate, the Asian Secretariat in Jakarta,
Thank you very much, Mahida, for your kind introduction, and it's always lovely to see you. And also thanks to the organizing committee for inviting me. So let me just quickly share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see it clearly.
Okay. All right. So yeah, thank you again for inviting me. I really enjoyed the paper. Dr. Zhang, congratulations, and also your co-authors for completing the paper. So I guess in terms of the overview of the paper, this is very similar to the last slide that Dr. Zhang presented. So the objective of the paper, as I understand, is to investigate farmers' climate change adaptation and looking at the impact on agri-food production. So I really love that the paper used survey data from 415 rice-producing households in rural China, and you also apply, appropriate methodology using the propensities scoring PSM score matching, and you also do some robustness check. And I think the results are pretty clear. You identify some significant factors that affect farmers' decision to adopt climate change adaptation practices, including age, education levels, life satisfaction, family size, access to extension, and also transport condition. And I think the main conclusion is that the climate change adaptation significantly increased the net returns of rice productions. So this is my overall feedback. I find that the paper addressed a really interesting and really important topic. I put a question to Dr. Rahut earlier about the COP27, which I think the timing of this paper is really good, because it's really relevant to the current policy discourse, where the food security and agriculture is really high on the agenda when we talk about the climate action. And I think the new data sets that are being used by the paper that also offer some, benefits, because, many papers would still use data sets prior COVID. There might or may not be some effects of the pandemic. There are a couple of suggestions that I would invite Dr. Zhang to consider, but you don't need to provide response to every single point that I put here, but this is just input that you may wish to consider to further improve the paper. One of the things that I note is that although the literature review is well written in the paper, I would suggest to link the paper to also some reports published by international organizations such as the World Bank and FAO. I note that there's some reference to the IPCC and FAO reports, but maybe you want to expand a bit more on the food security topics. And I think it's also mentioned to recognize that there are at least 3 pillars of sustainability: economic, social, and environmental, although the paper might only focus on the economic, part of the sustainability. And the next thing is that you mentioned a cover of, you reviewed a number of studies that look at this topic in other countries. I think it's also useful to also talk about whether there's also knowledge gap in China. And agri-food production in your paper refers to land and labor productivity. You might want to clarify, because some readers would probably use the term interchangeably with the yield, which, as what you write in the paper, is that that's been addressed quite extensively in the literature. And if I remember correctly, you highlight that one of the novelty of the work is that you use PSM, but as we know, PSM has been widely used, so you probably want to clarify that originality. And I think what is missing, and especially for me who have limited knowledge of the of agriculture system in China, is that the context of the agriculture system in China. So I note that you choose, for example, 5 provinces that have different agriculture system or agroecological conditions. So you probably want to just explain a bit more on that. And when you do literature review, or maybe in this section, you probably also want to review the methods that have been applied by other studies that also address the impacts of climate change adaptation. Now, one thing with regard to the key dependent variable is that you use productivity as the rice output, farm revenue per input. So because you express that in the local currency yuan. I was just wondering whether your conclusion would remain the same if you use the rice output in terms of the quantity, like kilograms or tons, or measured by yield. You use dummy variable to capture the climate change adaptation. It might be useful to address the limitation of such an approach because, given the possible different impacts of different practices. As you know, some studies capture disadoption, for example, at one point of time, farmers adopt, but then disadopt because they realize that it might not be beneficial for them and so on. So at least probably highlight that caveat. And you mentioned about TikTok at the end. And I could only find that towards the end of your paper was in your analysis, what you use is the extension agents. So this is more of a question, and probably would be quite similar question for studies in Indonesia, whether the use of extension agent as one of the variables as a proxy for access to information remains valid. Is it, do farmers still get information from extension agents, or in fact they go on YouTube or watch TikTok to get that technical knowledge to run the farm? So yeah, this just out of my curiosity rather than a critique. And the last one is that you use the distance to the train station. I would suggest to clarify what it means. I'm guessing that is a proxy for the market access. In terms of the empirical work,
we have 1 minute left, Yaris.
How many more minutes?
1 minute, yes.
Okay, yeah, just justifying why you use IPWRA as for robustness check, and maybe further explain the difference between what the PSM found and what the end result from the robustness check. And I'm not aware of the part where you also cover discussions on the cost of adopting adaptation practices. And the last part is that I think in the last section, it would be useful to highlight the limitations of the study and also some suggestions for future studies. But overall, yeah, I really enjoyed the paper, and I think it has really, really good potential to contribute to the policy and also research discussions on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Risti. It's always a very excellent comments and details coming from Risti. So Dr. Zeng, as mentioned by Risti, highlighting from the beginning, you don't have to hire comments to all those, input coming from her. So, but I think, I just give you, I'm able to steal timing. So you have 4 minutes, Dr. Zeng, to reply to comments coming from Risti. So the screen is yours, Dr. Zeng.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your valuable comments. Well, due to the time limitation, I will give you a quick response. Well, first, well, yes, in the literature, there are vast literature associated with climate change adaptation. Well, as we discussed in our paper, the most focus on the yield and income effects. So that's where we focus on labor productivity in this study, because we know that returns to labor, especially for the agricultural sector, is very important. And second is, yes, using PSM may not be a significant contribution. We will consider it later. And we will introduce more about the background, especially the agri-food systems in China. Well, the 5 provinces is representative in China because it across, as I showed in the map, it covers from the north to the south and east to the west to the east. So that's why we chose these 5 provinces. And yes, the climate change adaptation may be defined in different ways in the existing literature. In this study, we focus on rice farmers, and we designed a series of questions in the questionnaire. And we find that most of them adopt these 2 adaptations. So that's why we focus on these 2 adaptations only. Well, as for the policy implications in terms of the TikTok short videos, well, in our other studies, we have already found that the ICT-based extensions is a more valuable channel than the traditional extension services for smallholder farmers to access the information on agricultural production and markets. And well, in China, we the internet penetration rate in the rural area, if it's correct, I remember that it's more than 60% or 17%. So it means 7 farmers among 10 have the smartphones to access to internet. So that's why we need to focus on the new channel to help farmers to recognize the benefits of climate change adaptations. Well, yes. So if it's oh yes, and one about is related to the distance to the train station. Well, we wanted to use this variable to reflect the transportation conditions, the local transportation conditions. If farmers' location have a short distance to the train station, they have a higher probability to participate in alpha work because they are easy to take the train to the other cities or provinces. So that's why we control this variable in the regression. Well, I do not respond to all your questions, but I think all of these questions would help us to improve the manuscript further. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks again, Risti Permani, our discussion. Okay, so thank you for your time, Dr. Zhang. Now let's continue. We have 5 minutes, to receive question coming from the floor. Meanwhile, I already have it here. So the first questions I have received from course C. So the question is, I find a very important issue worth further investigation. That is whether investment in climate change will translate into increased return to the smallholder farmer from agriculture? That's the question. You can also see directly from the chat box, Dr. Zhang. So
yes. Yeah, that's a good question. Yes, we all wondering why whether or investment or in climate change adaptation would help farmers obtain a higher returns or benefits. Well, for example, taking minimum tillage as an example, actually farmers do not need to invest a lot on machinery and associated devices to conduct the minimum tillage by themselves. They can purchase services from professional companies. So that means the cost or the increase in the cost of agricultural production may not be high for smallholder, especially for smallholder farmers. So that's why we found that climate change adaptation would also help farmers to obtain a higher net return. Well, yes, in this study, we do not take the channel of how farmers to conduct these climate change adaptations into account, because we only focus on the effects of adaptation. Well, yes, we should invest more about, we should discuss more about how farmers conduct this climate change adaptation. So it will help us to understand why farmers still can benefit a lot from climate change adaptation. Yeah, thank you.
That's now, I'm going to read you the second question. Thank you for answering the first one. Should we concentrate? So this is the question coming from Bapak Dharma Setiawan. Should we concentrate on climate change or converting agricultural land to prepare sustainable food? That's a very challenging question.
This is a big question. Well, I think just as the keynote speaker, Dr. Rahat, has discussed, we have many challenges in achieving sustainable agri-food production. Adapting to climate change is only one component of the transformation, the agri-food system transformation. And what we focus on in this study, in our manuscript, is only a small problem is farmers' adaptation. Only two strategies, and we wanted to answer whether these two strategies will help farmers to achieve a higher economic performance. Well, I agree that we need to address the climate change, and we also need to converting the agricultural land. Well, I think that Dr. Rahat's presentation have answered this question. Yes, it has. We have many dimensions to consider, right?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Now we came to the end of this paper. Many thanks to you, Dr. Zhang and Dr. Risti, for sharing their ideas and thoughts. Please give a big round of applause to our presenter and discussion. Bye-bye. Okay, now we're just a bit 5 minutes behind the schedule. Let us continue to our business. I just would like to remind everyone, since this is the virtual conference, please feel free to have your coffee on your tea beside your laptops. Distinguished participants, presenter, and discussion. Now I would like to invite the second presenter, Janmejaya Panda, Research Scholar, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Dharwad, Karnataka, India. And hopefully, I mentioned I'm spelling your name correctly, Janmejaya Panda. And meanwhile, my former colleague at the University of Adelaide, Xiaobo He, will be your discussion today. So Dr. Panda will share his finding with the title of presentation. Again, we're going to discuss about climate change this time, an estimation of agricultural resilience to climate change, evidence from Indian state of Odisha. Before this, allow me to read Dr. Panda's short bios. Janmejaya Panda is currently working as PhD Scholar of Economics in Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Dharwad, India. His research domain is agricultural economics, economics of climate change, and ecological economics. He obtained his undergrad and master's degree from Utkal University, Odisha, India in 2019. During his MA course, he has worked on health and sanitation in Odisha as part of his dissertation. He also worked for several projects at the Utkal University, and he has presented papers at the 8th Annual Conference of India Health Economics and Planning Association and EBR Annual Conference, as well as the ECB LU Doctoral Conference 2021. Similar with the first presenter, Dr. Panda, you have 15 minutes for your talks. Please be mindful of time. I will give the reminder when the time is 5 minutes and 3 minutes left. Dr. Janmejaya Panda, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Vaida. I think my screen is visible.
Yes, I can see your slide clearly here.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present my work on an estimation of agricultural resilience to climate change in the Indian state of Odisha. So, Climate change has appeared as a global threat over recent years, although the drivers of climate change has been subject to substantial debate, but their altogether impacts has been unequivocally accepted and it has been spread over multiple sectors. However, relative to other sectors, the agricultural sector has been considered as the most vulnerable sector, and other speakers have already discussed that, given the fact that this sector uses many climatic variables as direct inputs, and the financial constraints of the people associated with this sector enable them to go for appropriate adaptive measures. So climate change affects agriculture both in direct and indirect ways, and the higher vulnerability of the sector poses substantial challenges for the agrarian economies. Many studies have estimated the impacts of climate change on agriculture in terms of loss in agricultural output, and they have estimated that this loss may extend up to 6.3% for the industrialized nations, whereas the loss may extend up to 21% for the developing nations. The developing nations particularly concentrated in South Asia and Sub-Saharan African regions. And other studies have also estimated that yield losses across major crops for the developing nations may extend up to 10 to 15% in the upcoming future. So India is such a developing nation and has been considered as a highly vulnerable nation to climate change. This particular study by Pingali in the year 2019 has estimated that yield reduction in India may extend up to 50% by 2050. So such massive yield reduction across major crops for the country may pose substantial threat to the food security of the country. Many studies have pointed out the crucial role of adaptation and resilience in mitigation of climate change impacts, which in turn needs an integrated approach and adequate investment. So in this respect, a potential solution can be taken to practice the climate smart agriculture, which rests on three distinct pillars, such as sustainably increasing agricultural income and productivity, adapting and building resilience to climate change, and reducing the emission of greenhouse gases. So our work is based on the second pillar, a part of the second pillar, that is building resilience to climate change. So resilience may be characterized as the ability of a system to withstand a shock and mitigate the impacts of future shocks. So in the context of agricultural system, a resilient agricultural system may well protect itself to cause no effect when it is exposed to a shock or stress, or even if the system is exposed and affected, then it may recover quickly to the previous equilibrium or transit into a better or new development path. So existing literature has distinguished between three types of resilient capacities. The first is the robustness, that refers to the ability to withstand shocks and stresses and recover quickly. Then adaptability, that's the ability to adjust to the response of shocks and stresses without any change in structure. Then transformability, that refers to the ability to incorporate suitable structural changes and shift to a new development path. Accordingly, resilience can be characterized as the inverse of vulnerability and a narrower concept than sustainability. However, over recent years, there is a growing advocacy regarding the paradigm shift from sustainability to that of resilience. So in the context of India, when we talk about agricultural resilience, there is a significant role of inter-regional and interstate diversities. So to any policies or any measures to improve resilience in the country needs to be strategic and tactical, and it can be executed through more and more sub-nation and sub-state level studies, but there has been a scarcity regarding that. So to fill this gap, our study has attempted to estimate agricultural resilience to climate change in the Indian state of Odisha at district level using principal component analysis and cluster analysis. So why Odisha? Odisha is a coastal Indian state, which is also the 9th largest and 11th populous Indian state. The economy of the state is primarily agrarian, whereas the growth rate of the agricultural sector in the state has fluctuated around mild 3% over last 2 decades, which is very less to other Indian states. 93% of the land holdings in the state is either marginal or small. Again, although many crops are grown in the state, but paddy with share in crop area around 50% is the principal crop. So the propinquity of the state to the Bay of Bengal has turned the state into a climate hotspot with recurrent occurrence of frequent and intense cyclonic storms, which has been accompanied by large network of rivers and the consequent increasing instances of floods and droughts. So in the last century, the state has been exposed to natural disasters for 90% of the years, and the agricultural sector in the state has been the largest sufferer. So definitely the need of the hour is to strengthen resilience and adaptive capacity. Accordingly, our study has set the following objectives: to estimate the resilience of the state's agricultural sector to climate change, and to identify which districts are poor performers and which are doing well, and whether the districts which are homogeneous in terms of their performance in building resilience are specific to a particular region or particular agroclimatic zone. So as per the first objective, when we are going to empirically estimate resilience, we face a lot of challenges due to the abstract nature of resilience, which rests on various interpretations. Existing literature has distinguished between two approaches, such as the equilibrium approach and non-equilibrium approach of estimation of resilience. Again, from methodological perspective, literature has distinguished between the indicator-based approach and the perceived approach, but our study has picked up the indicator-based approach. So to empirically estimate resilience, our study has followed the analytical steps prescribed by Musen and others. The first step is resilience of what, which defines the system and its characteristics. In our context, it's the agricultural system. Then resilience to what, which define the shocks and stresses and their characteristics, such as climate change. Then resilience for what purpose, which defines different functions of the system. Then what resilience capacities, which refers to the three capacities I have already discussed on one of the previous slides. Then what enhances resilience. So these analytical steps incorporates different dimensions of resilience, such as economic, ecological, social, and institutional dimensions. So any empirical estimation should incorporate all these dimensions, and accordingly the operationalization of empirical estimation becomes very much difficult. So a potential solution lies in terms of constructing composite indicators taking into account different individual indicators reflecting or representing all these individual dimensions. So accordingly, our study has selected 12 ecological, economic, and social indicators based on rigorous literature survey, and we have extracted panel data on the 12 indicators for 13 districts of the state for a 50 years period from 1966 to 2015. These are the two main data sources: International Crop Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics. It has provided a rigorous district level data set, and another is the district census handbooks provided by Census of India. So once the data sets were extracted, the next step involves the imputation of data set to complete it through interpolation and extrapolation. Then we have normalized the indicators following separate approaches for maximizing and minimizing indicators at a 0 to 1 scale. Once the indicator were normalized, the next step involves their aggregation to construct a composite indicator at district level. Existing literature has provided many methods for aggregation. Here are some of the popular ones: the principal component analysis, the analytic hierarchy process, the multi-criteria decision making, and the simple additive weighting. So to some extent, each of these method is criticized due to its association with subjectivity in terms of selection of indicators, assignment of weights, and choosing a functional curve. So it is like a potential solution lies in terms of comparing between two or more scientific methods so that it will minimize the subjectivity bias. So right now we have chosen the principal component analysis, and we are planning to compare between other methods. So principal component analysis is itself a scientific method in terms of assignment of weights. So it subsumes two or more correlated indicators into one component. So in first step, we applied PCA to the indicators, and it produced 12 components, and we retained three components, the first three components, each having eigenvalues greater than 1, then each explaining more at 10% or more variance in the total sample. Then the three components altogether explaining 71% of total variance. This is the tree plot with respect to the components, and it also shows that three components can be retained. In the next step, we performed the Kaiser-Meyer-Ohlins test of sampling adequacy. The test statistic yields a score of 0.79, which surpasses the commonly considered threshold of 0.7, which shows that our indicators are adequate for factor analysis. In the subsequent step, we performed the Bartlett's test of sphericity to check the adequacy of retained components, and our chi-square statistic is significant at 99% level, which shows that our components are adequate for further analysis. So in the next step, we perform the Varimax rotation through Kaiser's Varimax rotation, and it gives us the rotation matrix. We can see each indicator here yields a definite score of correlation with respect to each component, and the scores in bold letters shows to which component with respect to which component and indicator yields the maximum score. So with respect to this,
5 minutes left, okay?
Yes. Thank you. So the bold letters, the scores in bold letters shows with respect to which component and indicator yields the maximum score. So on the basis of these maximum scores in the subsequent step, we calculated the intermediate resilience indicators performing on weighted aggregation, where the weights are calculated as a ratio of the square of factor loading of indicator I with respect to the component K. The component with respect to that indicator has the maximum score to the eigenvalue of component K. So these intermediate resilience indicators were calculated. In the next step, we perform another weighted aggregation through these 3 intermediate resilience indicators to construct the composite indicator of agricultural resilience for each district, where the weights has been calculated at eigenvalue of a particular component to the summation of eigenvalues of all the components. In the final step, the district resilience scores were calculated taking the temporal averages over the time period considered. So here we can see the 13 districts. Here the Cuttack district, this is the coastal district, has the highest resilience score, where the district Fulwani here in the middle has the least resilient score. But comparison in terms of this single resilience score may sound somewhat abstract. So we performed the t-test for comparison of means. Here also we can see that in terms of pairwise comparison, the score of district 3 is significantly higher than all the other districts, and the score of district 10 is significantly lesser than all the other districts. So we can say that district 3 has the highest resilience score, where the district 10 has the least resilience score. Again, from this table, we can see that the districts morely concentrated in the coastal part has the higher resilience score, but other districts, their counterparts from other regions are lagging behind. In the next step, to find out homogeneity among the districts, we perform the cluster analysis through hierarchical clustering. Hierarchical clustering reduces the dimensionality of the data set. So we calculated the Euclidean square distance measure and followed the aggregation procedure. The aggregation produces this dendrogram, and looking at the shape of this dendrogram, this cutting point was decided here, which produces 2 clusters. So in that second cluster, I have marked C1. In these clusters, the districts having higher resilience scores are there. So more districts in this cluster are from the coastal part. Again, some districts are from other parts also, which shows the substantial interregional diversities. And in the second cluster in C2, the districts having lesser resilience scores are there, where the districts are morely coming from the western part. Then these districts are economically lesser developed and bigger in area, whereas in cluster C1, the districts are smaller in area and economically more developed. So we can conclude that the distinction in terms of distinction in resilience between the districts follows the pattern in economic development and area also. So we can conclude that economic development has definitely contributed to building up resilience in the state. So these are some of the limitations. So we have to extend the analysis to the 30 districts. For that, we have to shorten our time period, because the time period we have taken, in the middle of that, some districts have been partitioned to constitute more districts. So we don't have complete data set for all the districts. So to extend the analysis into the 30 district setup, which is now the scenario, we have to reduce our time period. Then we have to pick up some more robust socioeconomic and demographic characteristics to distinguish between the better performing and worse performing districts in terms of resilience. Then we have to compare between alternative policy scenarios and establish a ranking or hierarchy among them in terms of their resilience potential. These are the references from my side. That's it.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Panda. Just in time for your excellent presentation on the estimation of agricultural resilience to the climate change. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite the discussion, Dr. Xiaobao. But before handing the screen to him, allow me to read his short bios. Hi, Xiaobao. Long time no see.
No, long time, yeah. That's
okay, let me just introduce yours, okay? Let me just read your short bios. So Dr. Xiaobao is an associate professor at School Business, Shanghai University of International Business and Economics, and a young researcher at the Center for Global Food and Resources, University of Adelaide. Before joining SWIBE, Xiaobo was a postdoctoral researcher at the CGFR. His publication appeared in referred journals such as Journal of Environmental Economics and Management, the American Journal of Agricultural Economics, Regional Science and Urban Economics, China Economic Review, Journal Asian Review, and Manchester School. He also received PhD and Master in Economics from University of Adelaide and an undergrad from East China Normal University. Dr. Xiaobo, you have 7 minutes. So similar with Risti, and hopefully Dr. Panda can use the remaining 3 minutes to respond to your question. The screen is yours, my friend.
Yes. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can see clearly.
Okay, so yeah, thank you again for inviting me here, but I think I will not say too much about so I don't have many comments on that paper because the paper is a really good one. So I also see at the end of the presentation, the author showed the future work that some of the future work I have already listed in my comments. Okay, so very short summary of the paper. This study developed a composite indicator by aggregating a multidimensional set of indicators with the help of the PCA to measure the agricultural resilience to climate change in the Indian states of Odisha. The test shows that the attack is the most resilient and Kobani is the least. There are significant differences among the districts' resilience scores. That's the general conclusions from the paper. So my comment here is because I'm from the economic background. So first of all, it's a well-written paper with comprehensive results. There are many interesting and useful results here already presented. From economic perspectives, maybe more econometric analysis could be useful here. So we got the resilient scores, but I think we can do more. So it is good to show the rank of the districts with respect to resilience scores. However, the readers might be also interested in the socioeconomic determinants of this rank. Okay. I think that this part have already been shown in the future work here. So yeah, I agree. So we need more information on socioeconomic status, maybe also demographic characteristics of the sampled districts. Second one is the PCA approach identifies I1 to I3. So that's crop diversity, fertilizers usage, and rainfall deviation as the key components. Maybe the author could provide some policy implications on these factors. I think that this also would be very important. And also, last one is about virtualization. So we have already seen the map, and the also point which one with the which part is the most resilient. But it is better to provide a map which shows all districts with different colors representing their high or low resilience scores. And maybe if we can do this for different time periods, so we can see the transition from so maybe some stations from the low score to high score, or maybe someone not, or maybe the inverse procedure, or maybe I don't know. And also, well, I've seen in the future work of that paper, maybe we want to compare the short time and short term and long term change in this scenario. And also, I haven't write on here, but I think it's also very important that the simulation. So we maybe can do some simulation with different policy scenarios. So we use some kind of aggressive so-called aggressive policies, what will be the response for this type of resilience? Okay, so that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shabo. Dr. Panda, now the screen is yours. You can just give response to comments coming from Dr. Shabo here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shabo. So yeah, that's the very useful comments. So we are working on that to provide some more robust socioeconomic and demographic characteristics on the basis of which we can categorize the districts. And again, those three components, it's because crop diversity, it's really very good indicator, because the districts are very different in terms of crop diversity. Because in some districts the environment is very useful, so they are like in the entire state it is very much specialized in terms of paddy production, so much of surplus paddy production, but the farmers are not switching to alternative crops because like there are not adequate incentives on behalf of government. Again, the farmers are a bit hesitant to change their status quo. So in some districts over recent 1 or 2 decades, there are few alternative switching to alternative crops like soybean, wheat, sugarcane, etc. But most of the other districts, they are exclusively specialized in terms of paddy only, that is rice. Again, rainfall deviation is also an important indicator, because the coastal districts, they receive very high rainfall, whereas all the western districts, the districts in the western parts, there is very scarcity of rainfall, and those districts, like in normally in summer, in those districts the temperature goes beyond 45 degrees Celsius. So rainfall deviation, like the clear distinction in terms of rainfall deviation between the coastal or eastern districts and the western districts. Again, we have to work a bit more on the indicators also, like those components which subsumes the indicators. So why only those indicators belong to that component and others are not. So we are working on that. Definitely. Thank you very much for your comments.
Okay, thank you for the response. I think I didn't see, I know we goes to the discussion with the floors, but I don't see any question. But allow me to raise the question to you, Dr. Panda. Actually,
okay,
similar to Shabo asking the question about, we have the rank of distribution with regard to the resilience score, right? So then what is the implication? Because, I believe that its location, its district will have different kind of policy to really, reach the resilience, goes into the more resilient condition than the prior one that you now measure with the PCA. Can you give more explanation on that, please, Dr. Panda?
Yeah, that's true. What happens, like the state has been more climatically vulnerable to other Indian states relative to other Indian states, and like the agricultural sector has been the largest sufferer, and this like cyclonic storms has become an annual phenomenon over last 5 or 6 years. The state government is taking steps, and even United Nations also has awarded the state government for their disaster preparations. But the thing is that the state is coming with the umbrella kind of policy, taking all the districts as homogeneous, and it is not differentiating. The policies which have been raised on the state on behalf of the state government, it is not distinguishing between the states, and that's a particular reason. Because we have seen the coastal districts, Cuttack, the coastal districts, it is the most resilient district, but it is again climatically more vulnerable. So that's like the state has to distinguish. I have mentioned in one of my slides also, the policies need to be strategic as well as tactical also, because one umbrella kind of policy can never work. Like the resilient districts are again being exposed to climatic shocks, and then again loss of livelihoods, loss of crop outputs. So that distinction in policy framework should be there.
Okay, thank you for the question. I have one question here in the chat room. It's coming from Ghana. I think in the northern part of Ghana, we see floods every year, damaging rice fields and other crops. Are our farmers surviving because they have become more resilient? Mirroring what you face in India, I think this is the case in Ghana.
Yeah, definitely. Resilience, many studies have pointed out that resilience can be considered as a inverse of vulnerability. So definitely resilience itself refers to the capability to absorb shocks and mitigate the impact of future shocks. So it refers to that capability. So to some, more or less to some extent, the resilient capacity, if we build up resilience, then it helps to absorb the shocks, let it be climatic shocks, let it be economic shocks. So the development in the resilience capacity definitely help to absorb the shocks and prepare for a new development path or better equilibrium path. So it might be a work in Ghana also.
All right. I guess hope you know your answer response to question coming from Ghana is satisfied. Yeah. Oh, another one from Enoch Owusu Sekriere. Did you generate weights for the indicators?
Yes, definitely. Because in PCA itself a scientific methods. So on the basis of that eigenvalues that PCA yields for each component. So on the basis of eigenvalues, we have generated weights and calculated intermediate resilience indicators at first with respect to the three components we have retained. Then in the next part, we have added those three components to construct composite resilience indicators.
Okay, I think the time is up. Again, thank you very much for all the valuable questions coming from the floors, coming from our discussion. Highly appreciate for excellent presentation and comments from Dr. Janme Jayapanda and also, the discussion, Dr. Shobohi. Please give a big round of applause to our presenter and our discussion. Thank you so much and good afternoon from Bogor, Dr. Jaya. Thank you. Okay, now we go to the last question. I would like, after listening to the two papers talking about the climate change, now I would like to invite the last presenter, Dr. Daniele Leone. Does he here already on the screen?
Yeah, I'm here. Good
Hi.
morning. Good.
Yeah. Am I spelling your name correctly, Daniele?
Yeah, it's correctly. Daniele Leone.
All right. So it's about 9 a.m. in the morning in Europe, right?
Yeah. In Italy are 8 a.m. But so sorry for this. Probably the connection doesn't work because now I'm going to the university and so I'm based in, but I'm here for the presentation. No, don't worry.
All right, no worries then. So now Dr. Daniele Leone is Senior Assistant Professor in Management, University of Naples, Parthenope, Italy. So Dr. Leone will deliver the presentation revealing future trajectories in the food sectors, an open, innovative perspective. Allow me to read your short bios. Dr. Leone, before you start. Daniele Leone, PhD, a Senior Assistant Professor at the University of Naples, Parthenope, Italy. He was visiting scholar at the Norwich Business School, University of East Anglia, Norwich, UK, and the EMLP Business School, Paris, in France. He's also a member of the International Journal of Globalization and Small Business Editorial Board. His research has been published in Journal of Business Research, Technological Forecasting and Social Change, International Entrepreneurship and Management Journal, Journal of Intellectual Capital, Business Process Management, and Journal of Production. His main research area is technology change management, innovation management, digital business model, crowdfunding, and healthcare, and also food management. He works as guest editor for special issues for Journal of Business and Industrial Marketing, European Journal of Innovation Management, and Journal of General Management. Dr. Leone, you have 15 minutes to deliver your presentation. Kindly mindful of the time. So allow me to give you the reminder when the time reaches 5 minutes and 3 minutes left. Please welcome Dr. Leone. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, so just a moment for share the screen.
No worries, take your time.
Okay. Okay, can you see in my slides?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, so good morning in Italy, but good afternoon based on your time. I'm Daniele Leone, as the colleague present me. I come from another field. We are based on the Department of Management and Quantitative Studies of the University of Naples Partenope, and our research areas are technological change management and business model innovation, basically. This is a working collaboration with other 3 co-authors of my department, and so our aim is to understand how these future trajectories in the food sector can be read in an open innovation perspective. And with this paper, we try to reveal these future trajectories with a backcasting approach that probably can, in a sense, a way that can show the true way of this open innovation perspective. I will start with an introduction in order to fix some important points of our slide, and after that I will show our theoretical background, because this is the reason that we choose this type of submission to this special issue, because today we are in an era of industrial convergence, and so we mix 2 types of sectors that are food and health, because today we have to take attention to this type of industrial convergence, where there are different sectors that converge together to form another industries, like, for example, medtech industry or food and health. And our literature review is aimed to find advancements and the literature gap to have a contribution in our paper. After that, I will present the method used. So we present a case study analysis with a case study approach, but in the form of backcasting. And after, I will show the measures adopted and our data collection and analysis, the findings, the discussion, and some implication of our studies. This paper starts to the basis of design, image, and future visions of food ecosystems by looking through the lens of convergence and open innovation approach. We started to take our analysis on the case of Food Valley in Netherlands. As you know, convergence is a complex process in which knowledge, technology, and application from different industrial domains converge sequentially, and the aim is to produce a sector development, as this study attested. But starting from this case study in Netherlands, we decide to adopt a backcasting approach to reach a future vision of these food ecosystems. And we identified 3 innovation fields: protein shift, circular agri-food, and food and health, and also 2 strategic directions: knowledge and innovation and ecosystem impact. As you've seen, these are 2 main results of our study, and now with the next slides, I will show how we can achieve this type of innovation fields and strategic direction basing on our backcasting approach on our case study analysis. Our theoretical background start to the basis that food industry is driven about 3 trends that are technology, market orientation, and grand challenges. As you know, we are in the industry 4.0 era. Now we are going to the industry 5.0, and the digitalization is generating a great amount of data to manage. So companies have to meet customer necessities, and in a food industry, open innovation appeared to researchers and practitioners as a necessity to yield faster speed to market, to search lower R&D costs, and we have to better adapt to the customer needs. And so digital platform can be used as a facilitator of these practices that are rapidly becoming an important technological tools by which ecosystem of actors can exchange their knowledge, can find new practices for the future, and can find new avenues for value creation processes. Because as you know, value creation and value co-creation are useful to exchange different type of practices for innovation. And the aim is to provide personalized services to customers. What are the advancements of the literature review? The advancements that we have seen in our research is that food firms have started to cooperate first with the machinery suppliers and equipment procurement, and then with customer and consultants. And this open innovation approach include diverse stakeholders, different types of stakeholders like policymakers, practitioners, or regional policymakers that have increased in over time the way to collaborate. And the food systems, we have seen that abandon the closed model and jump to the controlled open innovation partnerships. Because they interact with external individuals and organizations that form different type of relationships. These open relationships are still confined in the domain of supply chain management, and they have to contribute to create not only a food business model people-centered in regards to the consumer, to the customer, but also or a food business model based on the resource. What are the gaps that we have focused our research? So this ecosystem approach added to the propensity of food firms to innovate and collaborate, to find the convergence of industries. And there are different studies that write about industrial convergence as innovation producer for the food industries. And so we have seen that there aren't studies that adopt these theories to explain the transformation and the evolution of these innovation ecosystems. And so for these reasons, we assume that open innovation and convergence strategies are drivers or food ecosystem evolutions, and predict also ecosystem future trends applying to this backcasting methodology that we decide to apply for our studies. So we use as a starting point these two theories as open innovation and convergence theory to explore our the case study of our research. Why we choose a backcasting approach? Because this is a special kind of scenario methodology to set a future vision for complex system development. We have to pose our basis on the most reliable forecasting and effective growth strategies, and our steps are developed according on the study of Fungus Sleep on 2011. So we have to describe the present and the trend analysis. We have selected criteria and goals to develop our analysis. And after that, we propose the development of future images and also the analysis of how to reach these images. The case study is the food valley of Wageningen in Netherlands. And our choice is also justified because the utmost attitude of this food system is to look ahead and step into the future. According to studies in 2017, we have based our study based on a triangulation of data. So we have seen online documentation, direct observation, so secondary data, but also official archival records that better create solidity in our study. Regarding the findings, We have posed our basis on the quotation that we have seen on the official website of Food Valley, because we set our starting point on this quotation that you seen on the left of this slide, because they want to achieve in 2050 food systems need to offer food security to 10 billion people worldwide. So they want to act with food produced with respect for animals and our planet. And this is a major challenge, but one that is achievable if we join forces and shape the future of food together. So this is our picture that have Food Valley basing on the analysis that we have seen in 2021. Probably if there are
Leone, you have 5 minutes left.
Thank you. Probably if we have a decision or major revision, we have to update our analysis. And in 2021, so the description of the present and trend analysis, we have seen that there are 3 innovation fields that are protein shift, circular agri-food, and food and health. And there are shared facilities for network that are research, equipment, and development and demonstration, and also scale up and production, and investment and funding for all the actors that are included in his network. What are the step 2? The step 2 is the future images and goals, and we set 2 types of future images. One on that you can see on the left is related to the knowledge and innovation development, and the other is ecosystem impact. We have seen that, for example, Food Valley is considered the new Silicon Valley of agriculture and food. And also there are other different actors that participate to this Food Valley that exchange knowledge. For example, Wageningen University has become the world leading research institution in the food and agriculture. On the other hand, basing on the ecosystem impact, Food Valley Netherlands has become energy neutral, has become zero waste, has increased in partly restored biodiversity. So there are different types of future images and goals that we have seen. But how to reach this image? So there are different types of action that different type of actors can achieve. And in this way, there are, for example, government institutions that promote continuous funding for research in genetics. And on the other hand, there is also a promotion of smart and clean production in innovation agrologistics. So we have seen that this type of future image and goal and how we can reach this image. And we propose a definition of long-term commitment from both government institutions and other partners that converge this ecosystem that are responsible for getting the best desirable direction. So in this way, we have seen that this broadened collaboration of the food supply chain are transforming the food industry in a food ecosystems through the adoption of an open innovation strategies. So open innovation strategies help this type of alternative scenario in which the Food Valley will be the global knowledge and innovation earth of healthy and safe and also sustainable food, thanks to this active role of government institution and other actors that helps to drive the innovation integration of this ecosystem. And so this backcasting approach that we have used may improve also food policies and also the comparison among different actors in this business network to sustain the way of our comparative studies. There are also implications for not only for the practitioners or for users of this platform, but also for policymakers and scholars that are interested in this field. As I already mentioned, I come from another field of literature because my research area, my main research area is technological change management, but so industrial convergence help us to converge this type of studies. And so referring to the policymakers, our view is that this food valley could influence policies with the use of digital platforms, because digital platforms are useful to exchange knowledge among different members of the networks. Regarding the managerial implication, we propose this type of backcasting model for food practitioners that could be convenient to monitor data and share information among startups, private incubators, and other companies. And also, this study furnishes a theoretical implication for scholars that are interested in open innovation studies, more specifically on food sectors. This open business model is a crucial factor of the phase of market convergence, because players of this fundamental ecosystem is in order to properly design the value proposition and boost the emerging partners. But the aim is to, for example, regarding our limitation, is that, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can just give you another 1 minute, okay? Because it's already over 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm finishing. So that the sample regarding our limitation is that the sample could be expanded to include a greater number of ecosystems like this. And in this way, future research may be conducted also in a demand side perspective to measure the value created for customer and for community through a survey. So thank you very much for your attention, for your kind attention. Sorry for this
that's okay.
interruption of the connection, because in Italy it's 8 a.m. so I'm going to the university office. So thank you very much. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to clarify.
Thank you, Dr. Daniele Leone. Now, thank you for the presentation. Allow me to invite Dr. Baba Adam from the Institute of Food Economics and Consumption Studies, Christian Albert University Kiel in Germany, as our discussion. Dr. Baba, will you be there? Can you hear my voice?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear your voice. Before we start, allow me to read your short bios, Dr. Adam.
Yeah, you can share my screen because I'm also traveling and I'm currently have to hide somewhere to make this presentation.
No worries. So that should be okay. Okay, before you start, let me allow your short bios, for the just a very quick one. Dr. Baba Adam is an agriculture economist with more than 8 years of professional experience in the area of monitoring of evaluation and learning impact assessment, value chain development, and climate risk management. He obtained his master's degree in agriculture economics at the University of Hohenheim, Germany, and further completed his PhD at the Institute of Food Economics and Consumption Studies at the Christian Albert University of Kiel, where he gained extensive theoretical and practical knowledge in qualitative and quantitative impact evaluation through his work in contribution of conservation agriculture on household welfare in Ghana. Prior to his doctoral studies, he worked several years as technical advisor for different projects in GIZ in Ghana. Dr. Adam, you have 7 minutes to deliver your comments, and hopefully we still have time for the presenter to give the response. The screen is yours, Dr. Adam.
Yes, so thank you very much. You can go to the next slide.
Okay, the next slide, please. So the operator is doing the screen for you, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, anyone? Can we go to the next, the next slide, please?
Yeah. The next slide, please.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for the very wonderful paper and also the presentation. I think that the presentation and also the paper looks very interesting. What I would want to, the objective was developing images and future visions of food ecosystem and suggesting concrete policy roadmaps to achieve them. And the authors use the methodology they use, as the presenter mentioned, was they adopted the backcasting approach to reach a future vision of food ecosystems in a four-step approach, which is description of the present and trend analysis, the selection of trustworthy criteria and goals, development of future images, and also analysis of how to reach the images. And these kind of four approaches that they use in the paper, I think were very also important in helping us also understand the food sector, particularly in the area of the Food Valley in Netherlands. So I think that the approach that they use, in my opinion, was spot on. And also the data collection that the paper used was also data analysis for certain backcasting methods. So they analyzed the case of the Food Valley of Wageningen in Netherlands, and they also scrutinized a bunch of secondary data by gathering them across for us to understand the food ecosystem evolution. And the result and the discussions were also explicitly done also in the paper. However, there are various few suggestions that I would like to give, because I was also looking at the fact that this paper was also focusing more about the food sector, the evolution of this food sector vis-a-vis sustainability, and having this kind of 2050 vision. And I thought that it would be interesting to also tie this kind of goals and settings to the various sustainable development goals. Because if you look at the various sustainable development goals, which talks about sustainable consumption, sustainable production, and various sustainable indicators, I thought that they could have also linked it with the goals and setting, and that could also, or would also, give a bit more meaning into the approach and also into the discussion. And I think that is something that the authors could consider doing. Again, since this paper was also focusing mostly on the role of multi-institutions in the food sector, so there were various institutions from the government sector, from academia, from the private sector, and various actors in the food value chain. And in this case, I was thinking that it could have been very helpful to include some form of institutional mapping. And this could also help, in my view, to visualize the presentation of the various actors, the various groups and organizations, and also to display the governance structures between the various actors. And for me, this aspect was something that I thought could, or is still possible to be included in this paper, that could also make the paper very rich, so that anybody who reads would then really understand the role of the various actors and in the governance structures, and how this role also lead to achieving some goals, as I earlier said, in the sustainable development goals. So these are the various, the few comments that I would like to give, and for the consideration also of the authors. So I think I would not spend much time. I would like to also thank you very much for the opportunity to be a discussant for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adam. You used the time very wisely. It's only 3 minutes. Now I would like to invite Dr. Leone to give the response to Dr. Adam's question. Are you still with us, Dr. Leone?
Yeah, thank you very much. Absolutely, yes. Yeah, I absolutely agree with. I totally agree with the Dr. Baba, and also in this time, because take note about the use of and the insertion of the use of sustainable and development goals. Probably this type of advancement can improve our research, especially in a sustainable way. And in this sense, I have to search what are the main sustainable development goals that I can use to improve our research, especially to respect the sector that we decide to analyze and the sustainable way that we decide to achieve in this sense. Regarding the second point about the role of institution, yes, I totally agree, and we basing on our research, we included and we discussed on the paper about the role of institution, especially in a supply chain domain, because we have seen that this type of open innovation partnerships include different type of actors that are not only firms, food firms, but also universities, but also government institutions like regions that helps to achieve this type of innovation related to the use of these digital platform that exchange knowledge and other types of benefits for different actors included. So regarding the third point, if I have here, the different role of actors included in these ecosystems, I have taken note about the improvement that I can reach our research, especially regarding the point related to inclusion of other different actors that can create a value co-creation, no, for this type of ecosystems, because we have seen that there are two different benefits: an innovation fields that are knowledge related, and other is ecosystem related. So in this way, we can see that there are different two directions, and probably they can reach these images by using also this type of inclusion of different and diverse stakeholders. So thank you very much for your few points and suggestions, and so I hope that can improve our paper together with my co-authors, also to create a more solid research for this interested special issue that British Food Journal has promoted.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Leone. So now, and also Dr. Baba Kassan, we still have 5 minutes actually to get a question coming from the floor. I already raised, suggest, encourage the participant to raise hand, or maybe they can, type their question into the chat box. But meanwhile, while we're waiting, can I ask you the question, Dr. Leone? So based on your research, if the Netherlands government requesting a policy, what you can recommend coming from your policy? What kind of trajectories that they should develop to the food policy? Because this is the new one, an open innovation kind of things. Yes, the screen is yours, Dr. Leone.
Yeah, regarding this point, I think that we have seen step by step regarding the inclusion of this type of open innovation approach regarding the policy of, for example, Netherlands states regarding the, I don't know, for example, the achievement of supply chain processes and the policies that are related to this process. So I understand your question, but I think that probably we have also included in our research this type of policy implication related to this type of government policies that can act in this sense. So thank you very much for these suggestions and for this comment, because I think that the topic of policies probably is not in depth achieved in our research, and with this comment I can improve our research also in a policy demand perspective. So thank you very much.
Nice, no worries. Okay, I think thank you for all the valuable questions coming from the discussion as well, and for your time. Now we come to the end of the last paper. Apology for any inconvenience because you're on the way to your office, Dr. Leone. Highly appreciate for valuable inputs. And then I would like to request give a big round of applause to our presenter and discussant. Now we come to the end of the first session. I would like to send sincere high appreciation to all presenters, discussant, and active participants that have been using the time to raise questions, listen to the presenters, the question, and sharing their views. Before ending this, let's give the big round of applause for our presenters, discussant, and participants. Thank you very much. I know it's not easy to join the virtual conference. I hope you enjoyed the program. Thank you from Bogor. And now let me hand the screen to the moderator. Professor Owusu, the screen is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Wahida, for a wonderful job. I mean, let me take this opportunity to thank our keynote presenter, the one who gave us the keynote address, that is Dr. Dil Rahoud of ADBI Institute. And as I've already pointed out, Dr. Wahida has done a very good job. And we also want to thank our presenters and then the discussants for having time, and for the presenters for their insightful presentation. So we want to give them a round of applause for making time to be with us. I think we are going to have a 10 minutes break. Then after that, we will return for the next session. So officially, let us have 10 minutes break, and then we'll return for the second session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Owusu. Allow me to go back to my job, and because I've just finished my assignment from Heri Toiba. Hope I meet the expectation from the organizer to chair the session. Thanks again, and have a very productive conference then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much for your help, Dr. Wahida.
No worries. No worries. Yeah. I'm so sorry about the timing because, it's not an easy thing, because we have to kind of like a very short time during the session. But I think we have a very good discussion, and then the presenters do their job very nicely. I'll see you again, Dr. Ma, Professor Owusu, colleagues. Bye from here. Bye from
Bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye.
Hello.
Hello. The floor
Yeah.
is yours, Professor Owusu.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the second session for today. We will go straight into the presentation, but before we do that, I will introduce the session's chair, Professor Bostonal Arifin, who is a professor of agricultural economics at the University of Lampung in Indonesia. Professor Arifin is a senior economist with the Institute of Development Economics and Finance, and a professor who holds a professorial fellow in the School of Business in the university. He has over 35 years experience on comprehensive range of research in food and agricultural policy, institutional change, and sustainable development strategy. So without wasting my time, Professor Arifin, I give you the opportunity to take over from me as chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Owusu. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can listen to my voice. Welcome to this important session. We have 4 speakers. So I think I would like to go the orders by the program here in my hand. We have 4 distinguished presenters. Let me read a brief CV of Mr. Michael Assis. He is from Federal Agricultural Auditor, Federal Superintendent of Agriculture in Santa Catarina State of Brazil. Michael, are you around now? I don't know what time it is now in Brazil.
Hello, good afternoon.
Very good.
Here is 5 a.m.
That's not bad. You can wait for the football game and the World Cup, man. Yeah,
yeah, sure.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, he is now a PhD candidate in Agribusiness and Sustainability, University of Évora at Utah, Portugal. Mr. Michael Assis holds a degree in veterinary medicine from Fluminense Federal University, a master's in food science from Federal University of Santa Catarina, and MBA in public management from FMU, São Paulo. I was there some time ago. Has experience in the area of inspection of products, public management, and rural development. Currently, he's studying, as I mentioned earlier, in agribusiness and sustainability at the University of Évora. His research interests are mostly in agribusiness, governance, and sustainable development. He has published several articles in journals and conference proceedings and has collaborated as a reviewer in British Food Journal. Today, his presentation is about trust. Ladies and gentlemen, trust is very important, especially in a local agri-food supply chain. I would like to give time for, I think now you have at least 25 minutes. Well, no, sorry, 15 minutes until 15:25. But we have discussion by Dr. Awal Abdul Rahman later on. Okay, please, Michael, time is yours.
Thank you, Professor Arifin. I'm sharing my screen. Can you see there?
Yes, I can see. You can make it full screen show.
Now, can you hear me? Can you see the full screen?
It's coming. Yeah, okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. Can I go? Can I go?
Yes, please.
Can you listen to me? Okay. So thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to thank the conference organization and say that it is a pleasure to be here, show you the main results of our research. The title of our work is Trust Relationships in a Local Agri-Food Supply Chain. And my supervisors in this research were Professor Maria Raquel Lucas and Professor Maria José Raim. Can you see the second slide, please, Professor? It's okay, the switching?
Well, it's not moving though. Could you close for one moment, then share it again? Yes, I can see now, but it takes a while. You can make the full screen show, so you can read easily. Yeah, that one.
Can you see the second slide?
Yes, we can see. Could you make it full screen? Maybe you can see the presentation over there and the at the bottom corner, right bottom corner. You can make it. You can click there.
Yes, but in my computer, it's already in full screen. The second slide.
Yeah, you can keep talking. You can just keep talking because I think it's the connection.
Okay, so the second slide. Okay, many authors discuss trust as the vital issue influencing relationships in supply chains. In summary of the literature, trust determines main aspects, including how chain actors choose the governance structure. Trust contributes significantly to stability of an organization in the long term by building faith, reliance, and confidence among the supply chain partners. In particular, the food and agriculture sector must adopt an integrated approach to sustainability, which includes mapping and analyzing synergies and trade-offs between the economic, social, and environmental spheres, assessing the state of sustainability of food and agriculture systems, and identifying key issues, their causes, and drivers. Is this according with FAO? So the third slide, based on these backgrounds, the aim of this study was to research the relationships of trust in the local supply chain in southern Brazil, and it is an important value chain for the region, but the number of producers has been decreasing annually. So in these contexts, we seek to understand how this chain is organized, how actors act, and how they choose their partners. The reverse of the analysis was the mariculture chain in the metropolitan region of Florianópolis State in Santa Catarina, Brazil, comprising 5 coastal municipalities and 293 mariculturists. They represent more than 84% of the state production and a big amount of the national production of mollusks. When I talk about mollusks, I talk about mussels, oysters, and scallops. And then considering that the state of Santa Catarina produces almost 98% of the Brazilian mollusks. So here we have some pictures, can you see there, of the marine farms with oyster and mussel crops. And here we have a lantern. Here in the side, we have a lantern for oyster cultivation. And when assessing this local supply chain, we can note that the number of mariculturists is declining, this pink line here, and reaching the lowest level in the historical series in the year of 2020, with only 478 producers compared to 683 producers in 2011. That means a decrease of 30% in 10 years. And this was an important point that we considered, as the social issue involved in it deserves a lot of attention in our opinion. We conducted semi-structured interviews with 15 participants, 10 men and 5 women in the year of 2021, and the interview's average length was 52 minutes. During the in-depth interview process, we covered the following subtopics: the creation and maintenance of business relationships, the performance of the company and the supply chain, the sustainability of the company in the supply chain, and in times of crisis, what happens with these relationships in times of crisis. So in thematic analysis, we use the software Iramutec. The general corpus consisted of 15 texts separated in 535 text segments with a utilization coefficient of 439 segments, more than 82%. And so through the descending hierarchical classification, evocations that have similar and different vocabulary from other classes emerge. And the software, the Iramutec program, used the key-square tests for creating a dictionary of words which reveals the associative strength between words and their respective class. The analyzed content was categorized into 4 classes, and figure 1, this figure here, presents a class dendrogram according to word occurrences created by the DHC. The 4 classes were divided into 2 branches, A and B, and of the total corpus under analysis. Subcorpus A, composed of classes 1, 2, and 3, refers to how the studied mariculture chain was built and is currently organized. And subcorpus B contains the speeches of class 4, and it refers more specifically to the relationships among actors in the value chain. So let's go to the narrative analysis, to the results of narrative analysis. And class 1 presented important segments related to the organization of the chain. When asked about this topic, the interviews were unanimous in reporting that it is a chain that needs more organization. They pointed out deficiencies in the relationships among marine farmers, lack of trust, and difficulties in conducting associations and cooperatives. Several authors emphasize the importance of organization in supply chains. In FAO asserts associations and cooperatives are structures that can collaborate to organize the supply chain, as the group, when seeking common interests, get more attention from government, agencies, and the population in general. The partnership is particularly relevant in value chains where producers, governments, and private actors can work together towards more sustainability. The class 2 refers to the interpersonal relationship between the inspected producers and the inspectors, the control bodies, and which many times is a complex and turbulent relation because it involves aspects of legal compliance and authority. We know that. And in this case, we could observe that the interviews emphasize the importance of communication and interpersonal trust, so that impasses are resolved and for cooperation between the parties. even considering the organizational position of the stakeholders. And these findings agree with the works of these actors here, these authors here, sorry. The class 3 refers to the research and development in the production of oyster seeds by the university. The name of the university naturally emerged during the interview because the Federal University of Santa Catarina played a fundamental role in the development of the mariculture chain in the state and still produces most oyster seeds used in cultivation. Here, trust has several roles, but as an antecedent and a consequence of knowledge sharing. A number of studies suggest trust as an important factor that prompts an increase in mutual knowledge creation, knowledge management, and willingness to share knowledge. Despite all this reputation, the university can not always meet the efficiency standards necessary for supplying the chain, as can be seen in the statement below. In this situation, the university is also positioned as a supplier in the chain, in which to obtain full inter-organizational trust, it must comply with performance and predictability requirements, and this cannot be always reached by the university. This was the main subject of the interview, a trust relationship, informal relationship, and specifically deals with trust relationships among the actors in the studied value chain. And the first type of discourse that catches our attention is the fact that they are basically informal business relationships built in the local contexts of the supply chain. Due to the locality of the chain and the informality of the commercial agreement, trust is very present in these relationships. And honesty appears here, and as a part of upright behavior is an important construct for trust, agreeing with Meyer, that is a famous author in this field of study, trust. And this type of relationship, when trust is strengthened, also leads to high levels of commitment. That is, the reciprocity of the attitudes of the parties is essential for maintaining the relationship, and the social action theory is raised here. The interaction of interpersonal trust and relational experience helps to strengthen trust, and the study of this author, Benhali, supports that positive relational experience is critical to shaping the sustainable supply chain governance. In interviews, we directly addressed the issue about relationship between trust and performance of the establishment. And in this regard, the respondents agreed with this connection and tended to cite technical and administrative skills as fundamentals for building partnerships and improving performance. The above statements confirm what was defined by Sari and Paiva and collaborators, who established competence and planning as antecedents of trust. And other authors support this line, like Amenta and collaborators, found that in addition to help the building of partnerships, trust has a direct effect on all performance indicators they study, that are efficiency, flexibility, quality and safety, level of losses, and level of integration. And a specific partnership caught our attention, where one farmer who works in the seed growth stage in a better place for this type of activity supplies the young oysters for finishing in another farm. And we are talking about innovation again. And trust also creates an atmosphere of satisfaction in which mutual knowledge creation can flourish and foster innovation. And this partnership is an initial trial of a type of vertical integration. I don't know if you are aware about this kind of production, integration, as a complex structure that is very innovative in this value chain. We can see integration here in Brazil, at least, in poultry industry, in swine industry, but not in mariculture, in muscle farmers industry. Then regarding the influence of trust in the sustainability of local mariculture, respondents agreed to the relationship. Literature often refers to the sustainability of business partnerships, citing the stability of these relationships. And according with Non and Su and Young and collaborators, stability is a consequence of trust. In accordance with Ostrovsky, and an agri-food supply chain is considered a stable system if no supply chain members break their contracts during the supply chain processes, and they are optimistic about the condition of the relationship. In our case, what we can clearly realize is that trust positively affects stability in the partnerships process, is in line with Dania and collaborators. And finally, when we started the design of this research, we were in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we considered that invariably the answers would be somehow affected. And this situation added to the fact that crises are common in agri-food supply chains, whether of a climate, economic, of supply order. We decided to face this subject and openly address the issue in the interviews. And in the studied mariculture chain, it is common to have a periodic red tide crisis. It's very common. And when this happens, the mariculturists, the mussel farmers, must suspend the sale of mollusks until the algae dissipate. And then, depending on the duration of this natural phenomenon, considerable economic losses can occur. And here, empathy is mentioned in one of the excerpts, and according to Meyer again, is considered a construct of trust. One of the reasons listed by Ervasti and collaboration is the possibility that shared experience of nearly overwhelming adversities may increase togetherness among the people. Trust appears here as an important resilience factor. So to finish, these were the conclusion we got. Our result showed
Excuse me, I think your slide is not moving.
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
that's
can
okay.
I
You can conclude, please.
This is the last slide. Showed that the study supply chain needs greater organization as well as improvement in the relationships of trust between marine farmers. We have identified important constructs of trust and also outcomes of trust. We could observe that informal relationships are interpersonal and extremely trust-based, and the durability of the relationship can positively contribute to building trust. And during the analysis of the narratives, we could see that in some cases, trust was directly related to the reciprocity of social relationships, which lead us to corroborate the social exchange theory. And regarding the inter-organizational trust, we found that it increases the performance of establishments and promotes the development of innovative structures, contributing to the sustainability of producers and to the chain as a whole. Our results also showed that in crisis periods, interpersonal trust increases. So sorry about the time. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much, Professor Arifin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael Assis. I like it. I enjoy your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then when you connect with collaboration, commitment, cooperation, information sharing, so on. But before I go on, I would like to have give opportunity to Dr. Awal Abdul Rahman. He is a senior lecturer from Department of Agribusiness at the University for Development Studies at Tamale, Ghana. Dr. Abdul Rahman has gained experience in this field, agribusiness. He finished his PhD at the University of Kiel in Germany, and his research focused on agribusiness, value chains, local economic development, similar to us, basically. Please, Dr. Abdul Rahman, I'm glad that Ghana does not face Brazil. The Ghana will face Uruguay. That's it. You can have your time. Thank you. Please.
Okay. Good morning from Ghana to everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Professor.
And then you can see my screen as well?
Not yet. It takes a while.
Not yet. Okay, just a minute. Okay.
There we go. I can hear. You can make it full screen, please.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, Professor, we can see.
Yes. Thank you very much, Michael Assis, for your wonderful presentation. Yeah, of course, you looked at trust relationships in the local food, local supply chain in Brazil. The main objective of your paper, was to study the relationships in the supply chain. And of course, you indicated that they have, normally the relationships are informal, but are vulnerable to crisis. Yeah, you gathered data from southern Brazil where you interviewed 15 respondents using a semi-structured questionnaire. And then you subjected the data to qualitative and thematic analysis. In terms of results, you organized it based on the classes and thematic areas, where class 1 focused on organizing the supply chain, and you found deficiencies in relationships and lack of trust among farmers, and also difficulties in conducting associations and cooperatives. And then you also found that the marine supply chain still needs a lot of organizations to become effective. And then the class 2 focused on trust relationships, especially with respect to the inspectors, where you establish effective communication and interpersonal trust, and also cooperation between the parties, and the fact that impasses are easily resolved. And then the third class focused on trust in the university. You indicated that the role of the university here is to promote research and development, conducting monitoring and evaluation, as well as production of the oyster seeds for the farmers. And then the class 4, which is of course the final class, which focused on trust relationships among the supply chain actors. So you found some level of trust among the supply chain actors, and the fact that the relationships are informal among them, and then you discussed some factors that are very important in maintaining or sustaining this relationship, and that have to do with the reciprocity of their attitude. And you also indicated that if there's trust, then it leads to high levels of commitment. Now, I have some suggestions on some few questions. If you look at the introduction, the problem and the research gap associated to your work has not or have not been articulated clearly. And the fact that the introduction section did not include the approach you use in the study and also how your paper is structured. So if you can look at that. And then in terms of methodology, your study wasn't very clear, especially on the categories of direct marine chain actors you interviewed. So I suggest that you should try and elaborate this section. Only producers and some indirect actors or service providers are mentioned in the paper, but the direct marine actors have not been articulated well in the paper. And also your sampling strategy should also be made clear. You interviewed 15 respondents, and so you should tell us how you sampled them. And then the reason for focusing your study on the marine supply chain or the oyster supply chain is not also very clear. How important is that to the Brazilian economy? Then in terms of results, I suggest that the discussions you put on the first 3 classes should be elaborated. In its current form, they appear to be very scanty and also very, very difficult to comprehend. I was also expecting to see an elaborate presentation of the direct actors, like I mentioned. So you should try and add it. It will also be interesting to establish a number of successful and unsuccessful trust relationships in your study. You know, which of the relationships were successful, which were not successful, and the reasons that are accounting for these outcomes. And also, with regards to the conclusion, I think that the presentation of your conclusions are not based on the main findings. You have to organize it based on the main findings, especially the various classes that you have categorized. Then the policy recommendations are also too scanty and not clearly articulated. So this should be elaborated in the paper. Now my questions, if you can tell us the oyster supply chain or the marine supply chain, who are the direct actors? You know, we have direct and indirect actors, where the indirect actors mostly are the service providers that you have mentioned in the paper. But from producers, where do you move to in the chain? Then why have you focused your study on the marine supply chain or the oyster supply chain? And also, why did you settle on 15 respondents? I see that to be too small a sample size. You know, we want some clarification on that. Why 15 sample size? Thank you so much. Prof, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Rahman. Very, very helpful suggestions and comments. Could you hold? Okay, I would like to give opportunities to the audience. Maybe they have some question, suggestion to the paper or presentation by Mr. Michael Assis. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hand or just yell at me so I can identify you who will have plan to have comments. The comments from Dr. Abdul Rahman is actually very clear. What do you call the clarification of methodology and conclusion and policy recommendation to connect to the whole content of the paper, I think is very important. And probably the sample actually probably is not probability sampling, but it is in-depth interview. That's what I thought in reading the paper. Okay, I give you guys from the audience. You want to have comments? Otherwise, I will give back to Michael. Please, Michael.
So, Professor, thank you, and thank you to Professor Awal Abdul Haraman, and it was very helpful for our research, and I'll try to answer his questions now. I can start for the last question about the sample size. We tried to get more respondents, but it's not very easy to convince the actors, the stakeholders of this specific supply chain to participate in an in-depth interview. And considering that it is a qualitative research, and after 15, actually we did 16, but one interview we had problems in recording, and then we just could say 15. And then considering that is a qualitative research, and that is that we had nice results after these 15 interviews. We thought that we could put the results together and get some conclusions. And then the reason that we studied the supply chain, maybe we were not very clear in the paper, but is because, of course, it is an important supply chain here. It's a famous supply chain in our region. Everybody likes to eat oysters and mussels, and especially because the number of producers is declining. So this is caught our attention, and then of course I will try to be more specific in the review of our work. And I'm sorry, I forgot the first question of Professor Abdul Rahman.
Except about the clarification of the methodology. Then
about the actors,
the actors,
direct,
yeah.
Yes, the direct and indirect actors. Yes, I remember. And you are right, Professor. I'll try to be more clear here. And the direct actors are especially the producers, and of course the control bodies that are in the field. And the other actors that we interviewed are not very direct, because they are consultants, and another direct actor that we interviewed was a technical manager as well. So of course you are totally right. I will be more specific in the review of the paper. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael. Actually, the time is up. There's a question on the chat. Later, you can answer by writing, but because I have to continue to the next speaker. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again. Let's give applause to Mr. Michael Assis.
Thank you, professors. Was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, you can answer the question later in the chat. Okay.
Okay,
ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker is Eduardo Abade, Associate Professor of Management and Administration, Department of Administrative Sciences, Federal University of Santa Maria in Brazil. Eduardo holds a bachelor degree in Business Administration, then specifically in statistics and quantitative modeling and public organization in health. There we go. Both from UFSM and a master's degree from UFPR and a doctor's degree in agribusiness from UFRGS. He currently works as associate professor in the department of I mentioned earlier, additive sciences at Santa Maria, and also work as administrative analyst and head of the cost accounting unit of Brazilian company Hospital Services. But today he will be talking about the local footprint, okay, nutrients economic value of persimmon post-harvest loss. That's a very interesting topic. Let's listen to him. Time is yours.
Thank you, Professor. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, clearly. Okay.
May I share my screen now? Do I have
I think you can.
access? Can you all see my screen, my presentation? Okay, great.
Perfect.
So this is a great pleasure to be here presenting our paper. I was the co-advisor of the master's dissertation of Caroline Maragoni Santos. She is the first author, and she and her advisor was looking at specific aspects of persimmon post-harvest and nutritional issues about persimmons, specifically harvest in Brazil. So they contacted me in the middle of last year, 2021, actually 2020, to talk to me about an idea to evaluate, economically speaking, the persimmon loss in Brazil. And we start to work together, and this is the result. This is one of the chapters of the dissertation of Caroline Maragoni Santos. The proposal of this research was to take a look at how much we lost in Brazil, specifically from persimmon fruits, and what does this represent in terms of land that we use to produce the amount that persimmon that is lost, and how much money and nutritional value does it represent to. So to contextualize this problem, the problematic that we are addressing, we need to be aware that about 1/3 of the world's population is considered as malnutrition. This embraces obesity, overweight, underweight. So malnutrition is a broad concept that we need to understand as multifaceted phenomenon. And we face this. This is a very severe problem, globally speaking. And there are a lot of costs and specific issues related to this malnutrition problem, related to deficiency in some kind of vitamins, vitamin A, vitamin C, and iron, zinc, whatever. And we need to be aware too, and Caroline and her advisor are nutritionists, so they take a look at this more carefully than me. We need to be aware that we need to take a suitable diet so we can reduce risk for our health and promote a better health and a healthy lifestyle. In this context, the pandemic that we just faced and we are still facing aggravate the problem. We are facing much more people in suffering from hunger, and they don't have anything to eat. In Brazil, we are facing this, and this is a very severe problem. So the global crisis of pandemic aggravate this problem of undernutrition, malnutrition, and also the problem of food loss, because people mainly don't have money to buy food. In Brazil, people were struggling to buy something, and when you don't have money to buy food, you will not take your money and buy food that doesn't have a longer shelf life, because you are not prepared to maintain, to storage this kind of food. So this becomes a very urgent problem in here. And on the other hand, if we are taking a look at this problem, a global problem and Brazilian problem too, that we are facing malnutrition, and we need to promote higher consumption of fruits and vegetables that are very rich in nutritionally speaking, very rich food, and very adequate to promote a healthy lifestyle because they are unprocessed food. The amount of loss of fruit and vegetables, globally speaking, and in Brazil, are very high. Developed countries estimated, these are data provided by FAO, estimated that 10 to 15% of fruits and vegetables are lost in developed countries. This is twice in developing countries, in the post-harvest, but food lost. Food loss is when you are talking about loss that occurs until the stage of storage and retail, wholesale and retail. The other part is food waste. So we are talking about food loss here. And this also represents some about 750 billion per year, globally speaking. So this kind of loss represents a negative impact in terms of economy, money, in terms of environment and social issues. So we damage the environment to produce food that end up lost. And this also increase risk for food and nutritional insecurity. So we are talking about producing food that doesn't match or doesn't fulfill its destiny or its purpose. Also, post-harvest loss of fruits and vegetables in Brazil is some about 30%. So 30% is a lot of food that end up lost here in Brazil. Taking a look at, specifically speaking, in persimmon. Persimmon is a fruit that causes concerns about losses in Brazil. And why is that? Persimmon, it's a very rich, nutritionally speaking, it's a very rich fruit that is produced mainly by small farmers in specific regions in Brazil, mainly São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Minas Gerais, and other regions with a better climate for that. So, since persimmon is a very rich, nutritionally speaking, very rich fruit that could be used to promote a healthier diet to our population and other populations, and represents the main activity, economically speaking, the main activity of small farmers. When we lost this kind of production, we are also affecting, economically speaking, affecting these small farmers that already are economically fragile in our situation in Brazil. And in Brazil, some about 20% of persimmon are lost. This also is data provided by FAO. This represents waste of important productive and environmental resource, water, land, energy, fertilizer that we use to produce this kind of food that end up lost. A negative impact to the whole economy for small farmers, but the whole economy lost money because of that. And also macronutrients, and perhaps most important, micronutrients. There are in other papers that Caroline, Maragoni, and Elizabeth, they are taking a look at that. Some specific micronutrients that are correlated to better issues in treatments for cancer and other issues related to the nutritional area. I won't address that. So the objective of this paper, this specific paper, was estimate the amount of land, nutrients, and monetary value associated with loss in persimmon yield in Brazil. So we are taking a look at specifically persimmon and how much land, nutrients, specific nutrients, and money we lost associated with this food loss or persimmon loss in Brazil. The method we use, basically we use data provided by FAO and by IBGE, is our Institute of Economic and Statistics in Brazil, is the perhaps the most important one that we have that provide this kind of data for our country. And we account the supply utilization accounts and how much we produce, how much land do you use to produce, what is the yield, what is the harvest area. We also calculate or estimate the crops and livestock. There are areas in the FAO database, and the value, the amount of money that this kind of produce represents. This also, all of this data was provided by FAO. So we use this data, harvest area, production, loss of production value of persimmon from these years, from 2014 to 2019, 5 years. I won't getting into the detail of this calculation, but we use basically, this is basic math, and we use to estimate the amount or the ratio of loss considering the amount that is produced. So we calculate the loss ratio. The land footprint, that is the amount of land that we use to produce persimmon in relation with the loss ratio. The production value loss, the amount of money that we lost, also using the first one, the first ratio, that is the percentage of loss that we have considering the amount of what we produce for each year. Also, some nutritional tables that we use to calculate the amount of macro and micronutrients associated to persimmon loss, like carbohydrates, fiber, vitamin C, vitamin A, calcium, and potassium. So we can estimate how much we lost of these nutrients and how much can be associated to persimmon loss in Brazil per each year. Also, we calculate the nutritional potential using constants to estimate the amount of people that we could feed, the number of people that we could feed with this amount of nutrient loss that we registered in our study. So the results: the production in Brazil is some about 171,000 tons per year. This is an average, and the harvest area is some about 8,000 hectares per year, and 35,000 tons per year is registered or considered to be lost in Brazil. This represents some about $12 million per year and 1.6 thousand hectares of land used for nothing. Let's put in this way. We lost the amount of land or misused this area to produce food that is ended up lost. And some factors that contribute to this problem: seasonality and overproduction. We don't have a better plan, mainly because we are talking about small farmers. Storage challenge. We don't have, or they don't have, infrastructure to properly storage the overproduction. Insufficient information for proper handling of the fruits. Small farmers, they perhaps need to be more trained and get better access to technical information about it. Ripening process, we don't have this kind of adjusted supply chain and better technology to better process this kind of foods, and also plague disease that also affects a lot of crops in Brazil. Also, in results, persimmon loss, as I just said, 35,000 tons per year. This represents some about 6.6 billion grams of carbohydrates, 1.6 billion grams of fiber, 7.2 billion milligrams of vitamin C, 41.8 billion micrograms of vitamin A, 4.5 billion milligrams of calcium, and 54 0.8 billion milligrams of potassium. And we use the nutritional advice to women as a proxy for our estimation. We use women because the needs for nutrition for women is lower than for men, so we can make a more adjusted estimation, considering globally speaking population. And this could be enough. Of course, people won't eat only carbohydrate or fiber, but considering the nutritional value, that there is a recommendation, this could be enough to feed some about 138,000 women, considering carbohydrates, or taking another example in here, 31 million women considering potassium. So we lost a lot of potassium. That is one of the nutritional traits that we are taking a look with more attention in our investigations.
Eduardo, your time is almost got up. Two more minutes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm finishing. So, solution to reduce persimmon loss that we start to address in our paper. Exploration of new forms of utilization. We could find some other creative forms to explore this product and avoid this loss. Technologies to preserve and extend the shelf life of persimmon, and we can use wax so we can protect our filter. We can use ZICs, zero energy cooled chambers, so we can storage properly, and this is a low-cost solution for small farmers. Adopt more appropriate transportation and storage practice, investing in infrastructure and logistics for the entire supply chain, introduction of taxes and fees for wasted generation. We need to do something to avoid this kind of behavior and not adequate practice for small farmers and other agents of the food supply chain, and substitution of marketing standards related to aesthetics, because in Brazil we have this problem, and probably in other regions of the world, when you go to a supermarket and you see a fruit that is ugly, you won't buy it because it's ugly, but it's also good for consumption. So we need to take a look at this too. What to conclude? Understanding the loss of nutrients from persimmon. So we need to understand not the amount of money or the amount of tons, but we need to understand how much nutrients we are losing. So feed food insecure people and generate some revenue for farmers. These are the main idea of this paper, to take a look at this kind of loss with another eye. Also, increased shelf life of persimmon obviously saves natural resource, nutrients, bioactive substance, and minimize the impact of its post-harvest loss. So an increasing in shelf life and reducing food loss could obviously save some important natural resource, nutrients, and also contribute to fight food insecurity and promote better economic situations or economic conditions for small farmers in Brazil. So this is our paper. Here is some reference that we use in this presentation, and I'm available now for discussion. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. Interesting presentation. I like persimmon as well. We have here in Indonesia, we are tropical countries. Okay, before going to discussion, I'd like to give opportunities for Lucas Corner. Lucas Corner is senior researcher in Center for Development Research, University of Bonn. He was with University of Kiel as a postdoc. He gets a PhD from University of Bonn in 2015, especially in agricultural economics and development economics, with focus on applied econometrics and food policy. He is now the coordinator of the Volatility and Commodity Markets Trade Policy in the Pool and the Food Cost Project in Senior Research Field. Okay, time is yours, Lucas.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me well and see the slides. Perfect. Yeah, thanks a lot for the paper and the presentation. I really enjoyed the presentation a lot, and a lot of the things that were not so clear in the paper appeared much clearer in the presentation. So thanks a lot for that. I start by giving a brief summary of my understanding. So the objective was, of course, as stated by the title, the estimation of the economic value of the loss, of the post-harvest loss in persimmon in Brazil. And I think this objective was also well met in the paper. And I think this tackles an important problem. You focus in the paper a lot on COVID-19, but in view of climate change and limited resources, I think food loss and waste is a major topic. So this is a great motivation, but I think you could even do more in terms of motivation by already arguing about the importance of persimmon for food consumption, maybe also for income generation for certain parts of the population. The type of article is an empirical article, but there is no regression or no inferential statistics. So it's a methodology that the authors propose, and then they do the computation for persimmon harvest, post-harvest loss. Secondary data, mostly FAO is used, and then of course the food composition tables from Brazil. So my assessment is as follows. The authors use a easy to apply and very sensible method to compute economic externalities, economic loss, land footprint, nutritional loss. To my understanding, it's soundly implemented, so it makes a lot of sense. The figures itself, they are impressive and interesting, but I have to admit it's, and particularly I think for policymakers, difficult to really understand the scope without having a benchmark. So that means what are the post-harvest externality loss for other crops or for other countries? So only by giving the number of people that could be fed, I find this a little short-sighted. So I think that there needs to be a better benchmark of what the figures mean. On top of that, then in the food loss and waste literature, at least to what I can see, there is a lot of discussion about the social costs and social benefits of reducing food loss and waste. So the benefits of abatement depend also on the costs of abatement. And this discussion needs to be in the paper. So it can be economic not to fully reduce food loss and waste because of the cost of abatement. And so by just taking all the entire figure of food loss and waste, I think this is not giving the whole picture, because the costs of doing that would be immense. Because of that, I have two proposals or two possible ways to improve the paper, to sell the article better, because it has a lot of value. The first is to make it more a methodological, apologies. The first is to make it more a methodological article, focusing on the method, and expanding the discussion on how to compute the values and how to maybe compare it to other crops and methods, and also including a discussion about the costs of abatement, let's say. The second possibility would be to have a testable hypothesis there, for instance, by computing the persimmon loss or the loss of other crops for Brazil or other countries. So an example could be, did a policy of whatever sort affect the economic loss, the land footprint, and the nutritional loss as you calculated? I also have a few questions. Of course, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on my proposals, but specific questions I have, maybe that could also guide your work, is that may be related to the costs of food loss and waste of persimmon. So what's done with the loss? Often it's not just a loss; it's used for energy production through biomass. it could be also fed to animals. So if you ignore this, you may lose some of the insights or overestimate the economic loss. Then we have a value chain of persimmon, I guess. So is it really the production where most of the loss occurs, or where is it? So I think you don't need to tackle that empirically in your paper, but it would be important to discuss maybe from secondary literature where you expect the loss to occur. And last, is there maybe a geographical pattern? You talked a bit about the seasonality of production and so on, and the limited storage capacities, but it could be also interesting to see if there are specific areas in Brazil, also maybe through secondary literature, that are more affected by loss than others. So do you see a geographical pattern? So that's it from my side. Thanks a lot. I really enjoyed the presentation and wish you good luck with the paper in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas, for the comments and question. It's very thoughtful. Yeah, I also have an interest in that loss as well. Okay, Eduardo, can you respond probably to this suggestion and to clarification question at the end?
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Professor Arifin. We are aware that we have some fragilities in this paper, and I need to say that I like your first solution. To consider a broader theoretical aspects in our discussion probably will improve and make it more interesting to a broader audience, considering the specific aspects of our problem here. We could take a look at data, more detailed data provided by FAO, mainly taking a look at small farmers and the nature of these farmers that produce persimmon in Brazil, where they are located and how much land they have and how much they produce, so we can better track this kind of loss. But I think we don't have specific data that will allow us to take a look at where, specifically speaking, where we lost during the supply chain. We can take a look at this, obviously, and we will to try to improve. On the other hand, the issue related to the benchmark solution or suggestion, we were inspired. Let's put it this way. We were inspired by another paper that I published a few years ago in land use policy, and another one in waste management, that use this kind of method to estimate the amount of money and the amount of land and water that we use to produce food loss. So we can say that this paper is a reply of that methodology that I used a few years ago for several crops around the world. So Caroline and her advisor contacted me because of that. They wanted to reply that kind of method that I use. So perhaps we could use persimmon and try to compare with other fruits or other crops, similar crops in Brazil, so we can try to better understand persimmons and other fruits that have other issues that can be associated or compared to them. But I think that might be a whole different paper. But we can try to put this in the discussion as a suggestion for a future research, perhaps. But I really like your first solution. So we can try to improve our discussion, putting some issues in the package, and also try to bring some other issues in the introduction and the problematics, some about climate change and other issues that definitely will improve our our position and our arguments about this specific problem in Brazil, and that affects mainly small farmers, that has an economic implication, a very severe and important economic implication.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you, Lucas. Yeah, I like it. That's if we can make it to broader audience and to a direction. One is the contents, one of the methodology instead of calculation, but probably have improvement in methodology and estimating, and probably the geographical area. I like that too. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm so sorry I have to stop to end this session. Thank you very much for the presentation and the comments. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have question, please write down in the chat so we can continue discussion while we listening to the next presentation. Okay, let's give applause to Eduardo and Lucas. The third presenter, number 13, actually, is from Sung Ha Baik. He is a PhD candidate at the Department of Agroecology at Aarhus University in Denmark. His current research is concerned with public food procurement in sustainable agri-food systems. Along with his academic career, he has worked in both national and local government of South Korea as a public servant in the field of agri-food policy. He is holding an MSc in Community Development from London School of Economics and Political Science in UK. His research interests, as mentioned earlier, include rural and agri-food policy innovation and intermunicipal cooperation. We would like to listen to his presentation on understanding the role of novel regional ecosystem orchestrator. There we go. Okay, the case of South Korea. Okay, Sung Ha Baik, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for introducing me. And then, can you hear me, right? Okay, good. I try to share my screen first. Just a second. Oh, sorry. Maybe.
If you're not able, probably you're not yet as a co-host. Yeah, there we go.
So just a second.
Could you make it full screen, please?
Yeah, I
can down there. There we go.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Can you see my full screen?
Yes, we can see.
Actually, I'm just a second. I try to. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Because I'm trying to see my, okay. If you don't mind, I'd like to start with this screen because I have to read my manuscript. So, sorry, can I start this slide? Okay. Hi, my name is Sung Ha Baik, and I'm a PhD candidate of Aarhus University in Denmark, as well as I'm working at the Jeonbuk provincial government of South Korea. And on behalf of my co-authors, Agnieszka and Chris, thanks for being here to present our work at the BFJ. And it's an honor to be here to have an opportunity to present our paper at the British Food Journal. And then unfortunately and sadly, Chris, one of my co-authors, passed away last September. So I would like to dedicate this paper to him. Anyway, to be started, I think all of you already are familiar with some agri-food context, though, but I will also try to focusing on showing some background of them at the beginning, not only our academic findings, Also, this study aimed to examine the process of the case rather than the assessment of the result or impact of the case. So why PFP? It means that actually international and national authorities try to link local and small farms to institutional markets using its structured demand, consumer powers, consumption power, because it influences a variety of economic, social, and environmental aspects. Next. So PFP, public food procurement, could be ranged from school meals to the hospital where run or involved in the public sector, even direct food support to the low-income family or pregnant person. There are some, you can see that there are some general characteristics of the PFP. Many of them are related to the institutional process and regulation. And for research, through the literature review, we made 3 different categories about the institutions of PFP. By definition, institutions can be referred to the formal and informal rules, norms, and organizational factors that structure political behavior by all. So I'm gonna move to another page. Yeah. Then we sort these institutions into 4 different groups by endogenous and exogenous, by the policy goals and the process. And this paper, this screen, I just want to emphasize that Korea has a lot of small farmers who has less than 1 hectare and small average farm size. And however, the small size of rural farms is one of challenges in Korea to improve the market competitiveness or empowering small farmers. So actually the Korea Agri-Food Ministry aimed to make farmers more larger and more industrialized, but there are still a lot of small farmers in Korea. I just want to highlight the 3 things. School meals in South Korea is generally mandatory and remain in the public sector. And every school has its own kitchen managed by the qualified dietitian. And this is the government structure of school meals in South Korea. Basically, the Ministry of Education is responsible for the school meals, and the local government level, EO is the education office, and PG is the provincial government, and municipalities support financially school meals program together. And this is the research questions that how does governance of PFP institutions affect the role of the stakeholders in value chains? So for the methodology, we used the 3 different method for the case study, qualitative interview and document analysis, and participatory observation. And at first, I would like to describe some geography of South Korea. Jeonbuk is the name of one of the rural province where was the object of our research. And there is a Seoul, of course, you maybe know this city. Definitely, South Korea has very Seoul-centralized system, including economy and cultural government, everything. So, but Jeonbuk is one of the only one, the rural region. So local food policy of Jeonbuk province has been very well known in Korea as a sustainable agri-food policy and initiative. there are larger policy attempts to direct selling by the Ministry of Agriculture, but most of them has failed, apart from this Jeonbuk's local food market. Jeonbuk is in the Jeonbuk province. There are 36 permanent local food market, and farmers can get the 90% of the final price if the consumer buy it. And next, and in the past or the present, there was tendency that many farmers rely on the government subsidies or supports. But there were many attempts to conduct direct selling from farmers, but most of them failed. So there are several important rules on this local food market. That the main implication is the farmers have their own responsibility to sell. Okay, I just try to focus on the, yeah. From the year of 2014, PG, provincial government, started to launch the initiative of PFP. So the establishment of the public meal center and communication with the EO facilitated to use more local food in school meals. So this policy has encouraged to the collecting the consumption demand and make a plan for the production based on the quantity, then make common plan with the farms and share the allocation quantity. And in deliver to the food to the each school together, so it can save the overlapped delivery cost. So I just try to skip something. So this is kind of a system of the public meal order by the public meals support center. So yeah, so I could say the public meal center is an agri-food intermediary run by the Farmers Association or municipality in South Korea. And so now in Korea, more than 90 rural municipalities run their own public meal center. So this is the finding of the study. We use the value chain governance concept by Jerafi. So we come up with the 3 dimensions of the governance: legislative and executive and judicial government. So this is our findings that for the primary criteria of food material selection of kitchen is EOS, Education Office guideline. So this guideline contains a variety of catering standards from the sanitation to even way to the runner budget. So previously, this annual guideline was made by the only education body, but through the new initiative, provincial government started to engaging in the part of process of making the guideline. And next, the second center is granted the delegation of the authority from the municipality. It makes teachers, dietitian teachers, to trust this system, and other committee run by municipality where center and dietitians join together to discuss about their product and price and condition of the environment every month in advance. So based on what we found, I examined how the actors in this system changed. First, municipality, rule followers to rule setter. So it represented the public and public cooperation. And second, for the farmer and kitchen, they are integrated into the value chain because of the need to communicate it for the local food understanding. And third, public meal center facilitates those institutional environment as a working level practical platform. So, and also these 13 centers try to exchange their local food each other, because production in only one region is not sufficient and not diverse as much as school meal needs. So this is another case of Seoul, if I have time. So this is the brief of the Seoul program for the urban and rural cooperation. So former mayor of Seoul's political willingness to link small and local farms to the urban kitchens. So this is the main target of the program was the welfare kitchens, not the school canteen, because school canteen has already established market process and infrastructure. So this is, yeah, I just showed another, yeah, this case study. And then this is the result of the farmers' revenue from the Seoul program. So yeah, this is end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Sungabe. Okay, I'm trying to imagine what happened in Seoul, but yeah, I can imagine that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have discussion Mr. Deladem Do Fiancott. He is a research associate, economic modeling and policy analysis group of AgroScope in Switzerland. Prior to that, he worked in agriculture and food global practice of the World Bank Group on the private sector component of the food system, land use restoration, FOLUR. And Deladem, we have FOLUR program here in Indonesia. I think we can share later. His research, which has been published in journals such as European Review of Agricultural Economics, Journal of Agricultural Economics, and Agricultural Economics, mostly on the intersection of international trade, food safety standard, agri-food policy. He is earning his PhD degree in Ag Econ from Groningen and BSc University of Ghana. Dr. Deladem Fiancott, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Arifin, for having me. Can I share my screen now? I think that should be possible. Yes. Okay, so thank you, Sean Himbach, for your interesting presentation. I enjoyed very much reading your work. And can you hear me and see my screen, please?
Yes, I can hear you very well. If you could make it full screen, please, so we can read very well from here. There we go, yeah.
Okay. So I enjoyed very much reading the work, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment on it. So just to summarize what I got from the paper, your motivation was basically you wanted to study public food procurement, but system works have analyzed public food procurement, but from different perspectives. So there's been a lot of work on procurement standards. But where your work is novel is where you focus on how these public food procurement programs are governed. And I think this is also very interesting. And so you try to, your specific objective was to see how PFPs or public food procurement programs transform local agri-food systems and how this new agri-food system is then governed. It's a very qualitative research. You did key informant interviews with public authorities, public meal centers, and schools. And your methods were case studies, interviews, document analysis, and then participant observations. So in the end, what you found was you were able to demonstrate how these various stakeholders respond to the new school meal program. So while this is, I should say, this is interesting work, I have a few suggestions that you may want to consider to increase the publication potential or the general external validity of your work. The first is the general motivation of the research. You focus a lot on South Korea, and this is also reflected directly in your introduction. And then the question I ask myself is, what is the broader food policy lesson here? There are many countries, Ghana, where I'm from, we also have school feeding programs, and there are many other countries, developing countries that also have developing countries that also have some form of school feeding program. So it would be a lot more helpful if you could situate your work in this broader, or motivated in this broader framework, and then use South Korea as a case study, right? This means that other people are a lot more able to relate to your work. You're not losing readers when on the first page they see that, well, this is entirely South Korea and their school feeding program, and I'm not interested. But if you can keep the reader hooked by saying, well, this is our findings have implications for the broader audience, I think this may improve the how far your work goes. And on that same vein, because this is also very qualitative, and you notice that you also use a lot of country-specific context and country-specific terms. So you have used a lot of terms that are very specific to South Korea that relate to the situation in Korea. And so I think it would be important that you are at every point in time giving as much information as possible so that the audience knows exactly what you're talking about. The second major concern I had was the definition of specific terms. So for instance, you define agri-food systems as a collaborative arrangements through which farmers combine their individual offerings into coherent society-facing solutions. And the question I would have is this your own definition? Because there's no citation in the paper. And if this is your own definition, which is fine, I would be interested to see how does this fit with existing ones. It's your definition is very different from existing approaches. Do you have your own definition because you think existing ones don't really capture the point you want to put across? And also you have, like I already mentioned in the first point, you have a lot of specific terms. For example, ecopreneurs. These are, again, you call them farmers, but you also call them ecopreneurs. And I wonder how do you define this, and what is ecopreneurship? And also you use a lot of acronyms. We saw this also again in the slides where you use a lot of acronyms like EO, PG, SOP. And I think for a very long paper, you easily can fall into the trap that you're losing your readers, because I notice I have to go back every now and then to see, okay, what does this mean? What does this mean? And so it would be, I think you save more time if you just write them in full, because again, these seem to be very context-specific terms and not general terms like GDP or the USA, where everybody is familiar with. And this would, in the end, help improve your clarity of expression. And then my last major point is then on the methods. I was interested particularly in the sample selection. So you spoke to heads of public meal centers who were both farmers and involved in establishing the center. And this is where I was curious. Why do they have to be the two? Why don't you talk to only just farmers? Or is it the case that you have to be engaged as a farmer in establishing the center before you are involved in the framework you analyze? Because then it may have been interesting to also see the perspective of just pure farmers who are just supplying these schools. And also it could help if you also provide further insight on what you mean by the authorities and the institutional mechanisms. So thank you very much, Professor Arifin. I hand it back to you, and I stop sharing my screen.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deladem. That's very clear. I think Sungabe could respond, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for your feedback, and then many comments. Yeah, of course, these are very useful for the paper. Yeah, so maybe we'll get your feedback and comments to revise some part of our expression or some kind of the logics of the paper. For example, of course, maybe we'd better clarify the term of the agro-food ecosystem, using the another concept of the ecosystem part. And then of course we have to reduce the using of the EO/PG things, because it's not familiar with this term to the other people. It's quite very rare, expression. And then, for example, the sampling of the interviewees, for example, we choose the farmers as people who work in the public milk center, because actually the most of the public milk center run by the farmers. But of course, I agree with that. We also could consider the interview with the kind of real farmers, and maybe. And the other thing is that the reason why we are focusing on the authorities or the institutional mechanisms, because we believe, and then we found that the PFP is more rely on this kind of policy and institutional structure. So we just focusing on the analyze these terms and findings. But we have to, I think, based on your feedback and the comments, we need more kind of specify some terms and then some background and then kind of logics. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sunabek. Ladies and gentlemen, I haven't seen any comment from chat. If anybody want to have some question, you can write the chat directly. Otherwise, thank you very much for the presentation and for the comments. Hopefully, you can revise for the publication before coming into the real review. The real review sometimes I mean. Okay, the next presenter is paper number 14 from Andrea Cascialanza. I hope I can pronounce very well. He is the PhD candidate in Agri-System, Doctoral School for Agri-Food System, Faculty of Business and Law. Interestingly, from Cattolica del Sacro Cuore. I haven't been there, so nice to see to know you. Now he is in the third year candidate of that program. His research has covered topics such as sustainability reporting, determinants of agri-food system, food production system and supply chain, SDGs, gender equality. He is a member of Center for Social and Environmental Accounting Research, CCR Association at the international and national level, Italian Association of Marketing Studies, and so on. Okay, Andreas, time is yours. Same time, 15 minutes, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your kind presentation and introduction. I hope that you can see me, hear me, and see also the slides.
Yeah, if you could make it one slide show only, because I can see the next slides.
Sorry.
Because it's not the font not there. We go and make it big screen. I mean, oops. I don't know. Yeah, I was having this kind of experience, but I don't know what to do. To make it one slide show. Before looking at the next slides.
I hope that you can see.
You can make that's because I can see the agenda. Well, anyway, make it bigger. The show make it bigger. I think is very helpful.
So I'm sorry for that, but I don't know why it's presented like this.
Again, I said earlier I did have this experiment. I don't know what to do. I can follow. Yeah, that's help. That's help. Yeah.
Yes, I will probably make it worse. Okay. So
Okay.
I don't know why usually it works. So Good morning, everyone. As presented by the professor, I'm co-author with Professor Davide Galli of this review paper. Approved. Okay. So that is talking about challenges and practices in the promotion of more sustainable food production systems. We'll talk about the meat supply chain. Oh, wonderful. It changed. So within the second slide, we can see the very brief research agenda and research method applied, and then we'll follow the discussion and conclusions presentation. This paper will focus on few main objectives of research. At first, we will focus on the evolution of trends of sustainability principle within the meat and cured meat supply chain. So very focused supply chain, but as we will see, we will try to develop an analysis that will comprehend also different kinds of sustainable supply chain practices. This is focused. This is also the focus of the special issue. This review paper includes 30 papers considered from the British Food Journal that is very keen on publishing and working on the meat supply chain. Here, I just briefly cited a few examples. Before starting to analyze our papers, the papers selected, we analyzed full text analysis of 22 literature reviews previously published on with the issue of meat and cured meat products. So we found a very broad literature talking about meat, but with a few considerations that helped us to conclude that the approaches that they applied was narrow in terms of steps, inclusion of steps of the meat supply chain, so that they were not considering all the steps, the tiers of the supply chain, the farm level, transformation level, and distribution and consumption level in the same time. And on the other hand, there was no relevant literature review focusing on managerial practices. And this special issue was focusing on managerial practices within the food supply chain. So we analyzed all these reviews that were focusing on the topics. I just showed for clarity the last reviews we analyzed. And then we looked at the methods. So I will introduce you to the filtering methods that we applied. We used a very well validated framework with the literature, but highly cited at the MOP 2015. And through this method, we filtered in 4 stages the papers. And then we arrived at the conclusion of our data set of paper. We used for this review a very high amount of papers, 333, that were also coming from different scientific areas. So in order to enlarge the variety of the frameworks implied within this literature review, we used papers coming from mainly business management accounting area, scientific area, including also the economic area. And we also try to include papers from the agricultural area in order to enlarge the focus and the scientific approach adopted by the papers. Then we focused to categorize these papers through a combination of methods. At first, we applied a deductive approach, fitting each paper within a category, okay, that I will discuss later. And finally, also through an inductive approach, in order to let emerge different managerial tools. So just introduce a few descriptive results of this paper. I will just say that this paper comes from 20 journals, as I mentioned, pertaining to different scientific areas. And the contribution of the journal is highly differentiated. So British Food Journal is highly involved within the meat supply chain, but not the effort of all journals is equal or homogeneous. over the times and in terms of analysis publication, depending, of course, by their aims or scope and so on. So as we can see from the bar plot on the top part of the slide, we assisted to a significant increase in terms of number of publication in the last 5 years, approximately. Probably started from the publication of SDGs or the public, the Paris Agreement and so on. So on a few declarations that helped also and stimulated the scientific debate on food production. So we also assist to a geographical dispersion of these papers that are quite concentrated in few areas, such as the European continent, Asia, Oceania, and Far East area. So nearly 70% of these papers were published within these continents. We also know that thanks to the classification criteria proposed by Taylor, we have papers that focus, as I mentioned before, on few steps of the meat supply chain. So they do not include all the steps or the dimension involved in the practices involved in the whole supply chain. They focus only on the farm level, or also others in the transformation level or in the consumption and distribution. We also found that sometimes they focus on a couple of tiers of the supply chain, but only 62 papers were focusing on the whole supply chain. As I mentioned before, no prior literature reviews were found that were focusing on the whole supply chain in terms of managerial practices. So this is mainly the main research gap that we are now filling with this work. So as I mentioned before, we applied a deductive approach to fit these 5 criteria proposed by Besk and Sering, as very cited paper within the supply chain management discipline that helped us to distinguish within different kinds of paper that focus on the structure of the supply chain, on the processes, on the managerial practices involved within the supply chain, so that we could analyze homogeneous groups of papers pertaining to different focus. For each dimension, each category, we will present a slide separately. Then I also to add that within this work, we also propose in the appendix tables the summary of the most impactful 15 works within each category, so that you can in this work find, summarize and synthesize the main evidences of recent literature. As I mentioned before, we also traced all the references to tools, contracts, affinity tools, quality monitoring, packaging, label attitudes, so all managerial tools that were found within this inductive approach. So looking at the full text work. So starting from the first category, strategic orientation, we define strategic orientation accordingly with Besk and Sorin, focusing on those papers that focus on the strategic values of the company or the strategy formulation for reaching a competitive advantage in the long term. So we found that in terms of topics, the value stream along the supply chain is less in topics from the early 20s to 2018, but we know also that is growing the dimension of the local food systems, and also to find a niche of market in which they might be valorized in terms of value, in terms of distribution of value, and also others studying the moderating effect of consumer loyalty in terms of local foods. We also know that there's a branch of this discipline, this area, that is focusing on familiar and non-familiar small firms, because we know that there's a high percentage of family firms within this supply chain, and there might be different driving pressures to for the ecological transition from non-familiar firms and familiar firms. We also know that these strategic orientation papers were mainly theoretical and European based in terms of geographical distribution. Secondly, the second category is continuity. In terms of continuity, we mean and we define the establishment of relationship, long-term relationship with the focal firms or for the development contracts and so on, other material tools in this case. So a few evidences helps us to say that these kind of categories predominantly focus on the pivotal role of transformation type. So the category of continuity is highly committed with the transformation type. This is the bonding tire between farm level and distribution consumption level. It's still very frequent analysis of the economic pillar of sustainability, because we all know that without that we can't do business. And we also know that there's basket of soft and hard skills competencies involved within the promotion of shared food supply chains. So supply chains that involve few economic operators in order to reach the consumer. So this is also an example of a very interesting topic discussed within the literature review. And we also know that in a chronological perspective, the focus shifts from an economic dimension to the structural evaluation of multidimensional governance approaches, disclosing their performances, so increasing the complexity of the systems. The third category is the collaboration category. We are now enhancing the communication and the inter-organizational learning within the supply chain, so that the actors trying to reduce the information asymmetries within use models of interactions. And at first, the literature in this field, in this category, focused on the food security, food safety, so the basics needs for consumers. And then on the establishment of more consolidated relationship, globalized markets and market integrations. We also know that the technology playing an enabling role in doing this. Also in terms of interorganization sustainability analysis, in order to automate data collection and increase the quality of data. We might focus in terms of research agenda, in terms of integrating sustainable practice into the industry 4.0 food manufacturing supply chains, and also in order to have an appropriate perception of risks. Risk management is the fourth topic that we analyzed within this research. And we just focused during this presentation due to time constraint on the certification sides, but in the paper I'll discuss all the pressure groups and NGOs aspects. So with a sort of geographical dispersion of certification and papers that focus on certification, we know that this is quite different in terms of approaches geographically. Here you can see a very brief example. But what I found quite surprisingly is that no one was citing plant-based products as source of risk, as an emerging product category within the niche of sustainable protein source diets. So it's a sort of new entrance in these protein markets. And no papers were found that were focusing on that. I'm working on a parallel work on that. Probably there will be question that I will focus also on that part. Then productivity. That is probably the most interesting, because it's the combination of the two to foster innovation into the supply chain and supply chain partners, stakeholders in the development of different phases of the products production. So many works are working on LCA, carbon footprint, so life cycle assessment of footprint, also in combination with other methodologies that I mentioned in the bottom list soon. And what we know in the research agenda is highlighted that both economic and environmental perspective might be incremented in terms of a new combination of techniques or the application of the same techniques to different categories of food products. So to conclude, there's a room for the identification of the drivers that force and shift the pro-environmental intention and behavior to more sustainable food productions. I am working on interviews within the meat supply chain on that part. Probably if there will be questions on that, I will be pleased to answer. And there might be a room for improvement in terms of inclusion of NGOs as part of the stakeholders of the supply chain, and for long-term definition of goals. In terms of the enabling role of technology, there might be room for improvement in terms of different analysis, not only relying on blockchain that is gaining a lot of importance within this issue. In terms of risk management, I have yet cited the plant-based products, and also about the proactive practices I've just mentioned, the new combination possible. So the originality of the article, this provides a sort of reduction of the high fragmentation of the meat supply chain literature. So as I mentioned before, previous literature were mainly focused on few aspects or a single managerial practice and with a deep focus, but without even the whole picture of the supply chain, in this particular case, the meat supply chain within the food industry. So that we try to find these research gaps for each of the categories, of the 5 categories involved, and would like also to highlight how in the papers it emerges the shift from the importance of some food category, some managerial practices categories to others. And it is also reduce the limited span of analysis, as I mentioned before, of the research in meat supply chain. So for sure we have limits, as all papers. We had to focus on English peer-reviewed publication, but some national journal might have published relevant evidences in native language, not included here for sure, because unfortunately, I can only read in few languages, and also my co-author. This is for sure a limit, but an implementation of this work. So further research might integrate also their native language researches within this framework or something even bigger. And further research might be also stimulated by the research agenda we promote. And for what regards my PhD program, I'm also developing new papers and interviews on sustainability determinants. So what is what brings you to a more sustainable production methods? What are the drivers, the institutional or the contextual drivers? So I think that my time is finished. I think so. I don't know if I have a few minutes more.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the last slide, which is also promising. Probably other participants could respond later. But before that, I would like to give opportunity to Dr. Ghazali Issahaku from University for Development Studies in Tamale, Ghana. Ghazali is a PhD from University of Kiel in Germany. He's senior lecturer in the Department of Food Security and Climate Change. Oh, I like the name of the department. I think they just rebranded it. I believe that. He served as postdoc researcher at ZAF, University of Bonn, and a member of a scientific group of UN Food Systems Summit. His research focused on climate-smart agriculture technology adoption and impacts on subjective welfare and other policy outcomes, including food and nutrition security, sustainable land management, and environmental efficiency, similar to, in general, to our interests. Dr. Issahaku, time is yours to comment to the presentation from Andrea. Make it full screen, please. That down right bottom corner, you can see the icon of full screen. Then you can just click it to make it bigger. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Please, you can start talking. I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you, Ghazali. I cannot hear you. I don't know. Probably you no. I cannot hear you. You can take off that one. You can take off the earphone. Maybe it helps. Anybody here can hear him?
No, we can't hear him. Actually,
you could sometimes that's not working very well. You can just take it off. Use the computer. Device. Maybe it's better. No, I cannot hear you.
Can you hear now? Can you hear now?
Yeah, but very small. Yeah, you can make it the volume. Increase the volume. Probably you can.
Can you hear now?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Perfect. Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, Professor, and then the presenter Andre, for this wonderful presentation on the challenges and practices in the promotion of more sustainable food production systems, the meat supply chain case. I think this is where I found this presentation very interesting, the meat supply chain case, because a lot of work on this sustainable food systems issue have always concentrated on the crop subsector and so on. Can I move on to the next slide?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, good. Yeah. Yes, my understanding, just give a brief my understanding of the paper when I read it. I saw that the Andre and co-author sought to achieve two main objectives, looking at the analyzing the evolution of sustainability principle within meat supply chain, and the second one was to study the development of sustainable supply chain management literature through the lenses of sustainable supply chain practices. And they relied on a chunk of literature focusing on 20 journal publications pertaining to both economic and the agriculture area, and then they classified them into 5 supply chain management groups. And basically, the results provided, from my understanding, increasing number of provided insights into issues of increasing publications on meat supply chain, capturing mainly works from the 2016 and the focus on Europe. And then that's also another area that I sought to that raised my attention or my interest. I think that's the issue of sustainability within the meat supply chain is quite revealing and interesting. What I see, in my opinion, to be missing was the issue of the carbon footprint of the livestock or the meat supply chain in the context of sustainability. I think if Andre and co-authors could look at it within the context of sustainability, you can't forget about the carbon footprint effects. If you look at the meat supply chain, no matter the angle you look at, once you bring in the issue of sustainability, the greenhouse gas effects of this meat supply chain is something that will be of interest to authors, to readers, and if you can find a place for it I know you have already reviewed chunks of literature, and that component, just find space for it. You will be able to see their relevance within the context of sustainability. I just have a one or two questions. Why the focus on European literature? Though in the presentation you have a little bit of the literature cutting across other areas across the sub-regions, but the chunk was you stated categorically that you were focusing on Europe. And then fine, why livestock section, like the livestock or the meat subsector? I know a lot of I wanted to see that motivation in the background to I mean the paper, why you decided to settle the to review that as part of this study, the motivation for settling on the livestock sector. If you could do a little bit more about it before the paper is submitted for publication, that will make the reading more interesting. But there is something that I also noticed whilst reading the paper, and I think authors should do a little bit more of it before they consider the paper for publication. The grammar and syntax related issues running across the paper. It was it marred the reading and then slowed down the process of really comprehending a lot of the issues raised in the paper. So issues about the research questions, the two research questions the authors highlighted, the clarity in terms of how the study went about them, due to a lot of things were not clearly spelled out. And I think some little bit of work needs to be done in that regard. Good. The conclusion aspect. I was expecting to see in the conclusion the issue of what the literature said about sustainability with respect to in the meat value chain sector. This didn't come out strongly in the conclusion, and there were a whole lot of issues that were not straightforward in the conclusion. And I think to make the conclusion more sharp and then more attractive to readers, I just put this down there because of I struggle to really understand this. I know English is not my first language, but we use English as the first line of communication in Ghana, and I struggled very hard to comprehend that. And I think simplifying the language at the conclusion will make the points stand clearly for any reader to appreciate what the contribution of the paper is and what the paper really sought to achieve. So in the whole, I think this is an area that focus on if we talk about sustainability and climate change needs to focus, and Andre and co have really set the ball rolling. And thank you very much for the interest and then in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ghazali. Ladies and gentlemen, the comment is very clear. The suggestions for simplifying the finding from that literature review, the main message. Normally, Andrea, that kind of articles will lead to the main frameworks of your dissertation later, especially the analytical framework and so on. Then you can develop big grand theory to improve what happens. And there is a question also in the chat if you can read it. The question is actually concern from Awang3, okay? Concern on the culture meat, which is nice. Probably it could include industrialized meat, maybe, I don't know. Okay, if you can answer both comment from Ghazali and the question from the audience, probably you can have some comments, maybe can clarify a lot of things. Please, Andre.
So thank you very much all for your kind suggestions, both the moderator and also to Professor Ghazali for their interesting insights. So we will for sure include also proofreading for the review phase, so that the effectiveness of the style, English style and so on will improve, so that we improve also the capability to communicate effectively the conclusion and the research agenda and so on, all the insights of the paper. So thank you very much. It's always helpful to find also a proofreading from different cultural background and also language backgrounds. So it also to conclude that be simple and clear in what you are saying. Sometimes it helps. Particularly when you are just trying to synthesize different topics with a multidimensional approach and also a multi-perspective approach. So it's not easy to combine both the needs, but we will for sure focus on that on the review phase, and also with a professional proofreading for sure before submitting the final version of the paper. So thank you very much for your suggestions and punctual examples. Italian also have a paratactic style, so that's why we use a lot of comma and so on, but this probably for the English is not so common. So for sure we will improve that. For what regards the question, thank you also for the question about plant-based and cultural meat. We are talking about something that aims to produce a sort of steak or a hamburger without using the animal. So in a sort of lab and with chemical interactions, something like that. I mean, I'm not a chemical, okay, my background is in economics, but what I know is doing something like that. Okay, they do that for several reasons. They say for in order to avoid problems of animal welfare, in trying to improve their carbon footprint, or something like the environmental impact of food production, protein food productions for a bigger amount of population. We know that it's increasing the population, and this by some authors it suggests as a solution, because if we say that we try to develop more sustainable livestock, it might be a very useful solution, but not in all the cases is possible in all the geographical areas. So that cultural meat might be a solution. In my opinion, I have few problems with plant-based that are in terms of food safety, because there are no, in my opinion, enough research on the effects and long-term effects on the consumption on these hyper-processed foods. Okay, so the problem is not itself that there are novel foods, but the problem is that we don't know the effects of on the long-term consumption of these foods. And I think that much effort must be played in terms of the increasing efforts for a more sustainable livestock production. So we know that in some areas, animal well-being and so on is probably a more material thing. Okay, in some others is the regulation is not so strictly involved with the. I have a problem with the audio. However, we might see that we should focus on improvements on the real data of a food supply chain and meat supply chain, also including livestock level, and then probably focus on novel foods that disrupt the whole supply chain and try to propose to the consumer an hyper-processed protein source like plant-based foods. So that's why I think that is a source of risk for the meat producers in the long term, not in the short term. The market share is quite lower. Okay, I would like just to share the screen for one moment, just to show that in Catholic University we are doing a research on that. I will just show that there's a sensory lab in Catholic University. We are now promoting a sensorial test for plant-based food and novel foods. And we are also highlighting the probability that the market share of plant-based might increase due to some variables that are related with retail marketing variables. So what drives the growth of plant-based within the Italian market, but probably for further works might be the European market. Everywhere there might be a database of real sale-out data. Okay, so that because we are now analyzing real data of full sell-out in 5 years time span, so very high, differentiated from sensorial data and also sell-out data. So this is a further step that we are considering with the research team of marketing, and we will focus also on that issue. This slide is just to answer to the question that was asking for sustainability of plant-based. Are there any questions? Any more questions, or I don't know?
Yeah, I think it's enough for the moment. Thank you very much again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we come into the end of that interesting session. I have a lot of I learning a lot from the presentation and from the comments, from the response and so on. These 4 presentations is really something, ladies and gentlemen, from the literature review, theoretical foundation. If you want to do publication for that kind of systematic literature review, just do what Andres has done so far. The paper from Sung Habeck really give us some, what do you call, empirical ground about the public food, and especially for schools and some other place, and research of parsimons from Brazil, and also the research from Michael earlier, that from Assis, that's also from Brazil, on the seafood products. It's also give us a big picture of the value chains, a lot of dimension, from culture, from trust level, from public policy and innovation, like Andrea. I think the what do you call, the diversity and the comprehensiveness is we learn a lot. Hopefully you guys could do the paper revision and improvement before publishing into that very prestigious journal. Good luck for the future. For those who are still struggling for PhDs, dissertation, I wish you have a good and productive discussion with committees, with advisors. I think I would like to return this screen to Victor, to Professor Owusu, because I see Dean Damanhuri is here. It means we are coming into the conclusion of this conference. Okay, thank you very much. Apologize for any inconvenience. That's all from me. Good afternoon from Indonesia. Thank you very much, Victor.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Arafin, for steering affairs for us, for chairing this session. You've done a very good job. Let me also take this opportunity to thank our presenters. They did excellent job. And then also our discussants, Dr. Awa, Lucas, and Della, and then Ghazali, for a wonderful job done. I think I have to welcome now. I have to welcome Professor Damanhuri, an associate professor and a dean of the Faculty of Agriculture in the University of Brawijaya in Indonesia, to give us the closing remarks.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Greeting from Indonesia. In the last 2 days, we had fruitful discussions on challenges, practices, impacts, and solutions associated with promoting sustainable food production in both developed and developing countries. The discussion highlighted that global food production systems are not sustainable, and they contribute to climate change, biodiversity, ecosystem degradation, eutrophication, deforestation, air pollution, and groundwater depletion. Though the conference, we have learned the key challenges of promoting sustainable food production system. The practices food production producers have adopted to promote sustainable food production, as well as the socioeconomic and environmental impacts of this practice. This conference received more than 60 papers from both developed and developing countries. Finally, 14 papers were selected and invited to present at the conference. Following the journal review process, the selected papers will be published in the special issue entitled Promoting Sustainable Food Production, Challenges, Practices, Impacts, and Solutions with the British Journal, Food Journals. On behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture at the Brawijaya University, I would like to thank all the participants, and we hope that you have received good feedback and will help you improve the paper and secure the publication. I would like to thank for keynote speakers, Professor Fujin Yi, Nanjing Agriculture University, China, Dr. Rahul, Asian Development Bank Institute, Japan. I would like to thank our moderators, Associate Professor Kiki Febrianto, University of Brawijaya, Indonesia, Professor Victor Ausu Kwame Nkrumah, University of Science and Technology, Ghana. I would like to thank our session chairs, Associate Professor Zahwa Ali, Lincoln University, New Zealand, Professor Alan Renwick, Lincoln University, New Zealand, Dr. Wahida, the Indonesian Center for Agriculture, Socioeconomic and Policy Studies, ICASEP's Ministry of Agriculture, Professor Bustanul Arifin, University of Lampung, Indonesia. I would like also to extend my thanks to the team who worked relentlessly for this special issue with the British Food Journal and the conference. Guest editorial team, Associate Professor Wang Lin Ma, Lincoln University, New Zealand, Professor Han Ho Chang, National Taiwan University, Taiwan, Professor Victor Wusu Kwame Nkrumah, University of Science and Technology, Ghana, Dr. Punet Fitsa, Lincoln University, New Zealand, Dr. Harito Iba, Brawijaya University, Indonesia, and conference supporting team, Ms. Novi Haryati, Brawijaya University, Indonesia, Dr. Muhammad Sadikur Rahman, Brawijaya University, Indonesia, and other committee. Thank you for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor. All too soon, we are coming to the end of the conference for today. And to close the meeting, I will invite Professor Henry Toiba, an associate professor at the Department of Agricultural and Socioeconomics of Brawijaya University. So, Professor,
thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Professor Victor. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greeting from Indonesia. We have reached the end of the British Food Journal Virtual International Conference on the Promoting Sustainable Food Production, Challenges, Practices, Impact, and Solution. Collaborate Brawijaya University with the Lincoln University, New Zealand National Taiwan University, Taiwan Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and the British Food Journal. And it is my task to provide closing of the conference. It is a sad task because we should be closing the door on lively and stimulating virtual discussion. However, it is also a privilege and honor to be entrusted with such an understanding at the virtual meeting of such eminent people from different parts of the world in the field of agribusiness and agricultural economics. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, behalf of you and community, I would like to express my appreciation to keynote speaker Professor Fu Jinyi from Nanjing Agricultural University, China, Dr. Dil Rahut, Vice Chair of Research at the Asian Development Bank Institute, our moderator, Associate Professor Kiki Febrianto from Brawijaya University, Professor Victor Awusu from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana, and our chair session, Associate Professor Zhao Huali and Professor Alan Renswick from Lincoln University, New Zealand, Dr. Wahida from the Indonesia Center for Agriculture, Socio-Economic and Policy Studies, Ministry of Agriculture, the Republic of Indonesia, and Professor Bustanul Arifin from Lampung University, Indonesia. And the presenters, discussant, and all parties for their valuable contribution to our virtual international conference. My deepest gratitude goes to all who attended the virtual conference and helped to make it such a successful event. We greatly appreciate the support we have received from the British Food Journal and the guest editors, Associate Professor Wang Linma, Dr. Punet Fatsha, Professor Huang Hao Zhang, and Professor Victor Awusu. Again, on behalf of the Department of Agriculture, Socio-Economic, Faculty of Agriculture, Brawijaya University, and the committee, we would express my gratitude to all stakeholders for this special issues with the British Food Journal and the conference. To conclude, thank you for the great contribution and looking forward to seeing you in the future agenda. Thank you very much. Wish everyone health and happiness. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much.
Okay,
gentlemen.
thank you. Thank you.
See you
Everybody,
there.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Enjoy the World Cup.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah.